right. Welcome in, YouTube. Welcome in. We are getting started here. Let's go. Right. Got that. Did that. Boop-a-doo. Good. Good shit there. Right. Awesome. Yes, you are, Dean. You're early. Good job. Hey, Kaylin. How are you? Hey, Jesse. Let's go. Popcorn came back from war last night, and he threw a fit, and he tried to take the live down. So I banned him. Crystal, what's up? What's up, friends on YouTube? I see you. Yeah. Johnson, you got it right. There you go. Oh, hello, friend in Rhode Island. Hello. It's the capital press. What up, dog? Guys, tap that screen. Help out with the live goal. Good shit. And if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. We can have a conversation. I appreciate you guys being here. Yeah, sure, we'll get the tariff payments. This. It's like this. Once again, guys, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. If you voted for Donald Trump or just looking for Trump supporters, everyone else, appreciate you guys liking that screen, helping out with the gift goal. Thank you, Crystal. Appreciate all of you guys helping out. Thank you, thank you. Sup? You know what? Let's go to the other end of the rap spectrum in the '90s. We'll go to the other end. We'll go from gangster rap to clean rap. Let's go. Fun fact: I know every word of this song. stuff and give it to your friend last minute. I don't mind it. Yo, my cardio was infinite. Ha ha. All right, let's see. We got someone here who. Oh. Hi, Tiger Man. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Tiger Man, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Okay. That was strange. That was weird. Guys, once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. You do actually have to talk to us, though. Cherie, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No.
Oh, okay. We appreciate you. Just looking for Trump voters. Once again, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Hop in the box and let's have a conversation. We want to have a conversation with you guys. Let's have a chat. Guys, while we're waiting for our Trump supporters to come on up, hey, if you don't mind, if you haven't already subscribed over on the tube, help out, subscribe over on the tube. Drop a like, drop a comment, watch for a couple of minutes. We appreciate the help with the algo. We're on our journey to 1,000 subscribers over there. And so appreciate you guys helping out with that. We're just about at 600. So we are, we're 0.6 of the way there. So 60%. How about that? So I appreciate you guys. And if you've already done it over there, thank you. Thank you very much for helping out. And I see you fine folks watching over there on the tube. You guys are awesome. And I even get to see like who's watched a long time and shit like that. That's lots of fun. So thank you. Hi, Tiger Man. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Hello? Tiger Man, do you know that you're on the live right now, or do you not hear?
Yeah,
Oh, hi.
I'm here.
Hi, yeah. You actually you'd have to talk. Yes. Yeah, you voted for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Cool. How old are you and what state did you vote in?
I'm 42. I live in Louisiana.
Okay. Hi, Erica. Hi, friend. Do you want to talk about one of the subjects that we have up above or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
We can talk about whatever you want to talk about.
Oh, it's more so whatever you want to talk about. We just like to stick to current events. So any, like I said, any of the subjects above,
Okay,
or
let's
something
see.
else that Donald Trump
GOP
is doing right
won't
now.
fix healthcare. Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal.
Like I said, it doesn't have to be one of those three. It's just those are just some ideas. It could, like I said, it can be anything that Donald Trump is doing right now.
I don't think he's pro-crime and pro-criminal. I don't see how he's trying to put a stop to criminal activity and crime, you know.
Is he?
Well, he sends, you know, he's trying to put a stop to crime in most of the cities that have bad crime problems, like Chicago and Los Angeles.
Oh, really? Is Chicago in the top 20 for crime in the United States?
Yeah, they are.
No, they're not.
Why is he sending National Guards there?
Because they're a Democrat-run city, and he's punishing them for being a Democrat city. He doesn't like them. Same thing with Portland, Oregon. Same thing with Los Angeles. Same thing with Washington, D.C. You know that in May, Donald Trump was bragging about how safe Washington, D.C. was? In May. He was like, you can go out in Washington, D.C. It's so safe. Look what I've done. That was in May. That was 3 months before he ever sent a single National Guardsman onto the streets of Washington, D.C. If it was so safe, why did he have to send the National Guard out in the end of July?
Well, I still think as a whole was the best person, because Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
was
I'm
just
not
an
asking
idiot.
about the election. The election was a year ago, so we're not talking about the election.
Okay.
We're talking about what's happened now. So
But
if
you
we're
said I
talking
could
about
talk
the
about
fact
whatever
that
I wanted to talk
no,
about,
no,
right?
sir, I didn't. What I said was
Okay,
we talk
yeah,
about.
no, you didn't.
No,
You
I
did.
didn't. You didn't listen to me. What I said was
No, you didn't listen.
I didn't listen to what? I was the one who made the rules.
You told me I
sir.
could talk about whatever I want to talk about.
No, sir. No, sir. I didn't. You obviously didn't listen.
keep
So
going.
allow me to
All right.
allow me to restate it since you didn't listen the first time.
Okay.
What I said was,
Go ahead.
you can talk about any subject above or anything else that Donald Trump has done since he became president. That's what I said specifically, because I don't talk about the election and I don't talk about what Donald Trump did in his first term, because everybody wants to come up and talk about why they voted for Donald Trump. But they don't seem to want to talk about all of the things that he's doing wrong now since he's become president, because it's a lot easier to avoid those things. So we talk about
I
all
don't
the
think
things.
he's done anything wrong.
Awesome. So you like the fact that he's pardoned a bunch of violent criminals or a bunch of schmeck traffickers and people who helped fund terrorism and substances in this country?
Yes, I do, because you know what? Every president before him has done it.
Oh, really? Like
Every
who?
president
Like
before
who?
him has done it.
Like who?
And
Like who?
They all have.
Awesome.
Bill
Tell
Clinton
me.
has pardoned
Awesome.
criminals.
Here,
Joe
time
Biden
out. Time
pardoned
out, bud.
criminals.
Time out. Here's what we're gonna do. You're gonna tell me somebody comparable, say, to the founder of the Silk Road, because the Silk Road was one of the largest dark web sites for schmex trafficking and substance abuse in this country. Then you have the founder of Binance, the Chinese gentleman, also one of the largest money laundering operations, $4 billion laundered for terrorist organizations, for schmex traffickers, and for substance abuse in this country. Pardon that guy. Also pardon 1,500 violent criminals who tried to commit insurrection on January 6th in 2021. So, again, how is he not pro-crime? And we're not even talking about the fact that he's committed crimes himself and been found guilty of multiple felonies.
That's all politicians do.
No, they're not. Actually, I would love for you to tell me.
Every politician.
Oh,
and
really?
every
Tell me
president
another.
before
Awesome.
him
We're
and
not
every
talking
president
about
after him.
politicians, sir. We're talking about the President of the United States. Tell me another President of the United States that's committed a felony and was found guilty of it. That's what I thought. Now I'd like you to tell me another President of the United States that's pardoned someone who laundered $4 billion that contributed to terrorism in the United States. Go. Yeah, hello? Tiger? Tiger guy? Tiger? Tiger boy? Hello? You're muted. I don't know. You muted. I didn't mute you. I think you muted yourself. I don't know what's going on. Tiger, are you purposely? Do you want me to help you out? I'll invite you to unmute. I don't know how you got muted. Didn't mute you.
Hello?
Yeah, hi.
I don't know what happened.
I don't either. So, guys, if any of my mods are out there, I don't want anyone muting guests except for me and anyone who's on the panel. Please, do not mute guests unless it's myself or someone on the panel. I don't want you muting guests. Let us handle that, please, because that gets confusing. Don't mute guests, please. Anyways, so I'm waiting for you to tell us other presidents that have committed felonies or that have pardoned criminals who've committed crimes on the level that Donald Trump has pardoned.
I don't have all the statistics and facts.
You don't need all the statistics and facts, dude. The answer is that they haven't. It's just simple. The answer is they haven't. I can help you. The answer is they haven't.
Okay. I know that there hasn't ever been a perfect president, and they all make their own mistakes and have their own faults, and I feel like Trump is the same way. He's not perfect. I know he's not. But I think that he gets a bad rap for some of the stuff he does, and he is a little brash and harsh. He says everything that's on his mind, and some of the things he says I don't always agree with, and but I do think that he's a good president. He my he was better off for me and what I do and for my family. And is he perfect? No, by no means. But I don't think there ever has been a president that's perfect. Now, some people might say Barack Obama, but he was the first black president that got elected, and I think that a lot of people overlooked some of the things he did just because he was half black.
No one. Number one, no one that I know has ever said that Barack Obama was a perfect president. I've never heard anyone call any president a perfect president. Number
He
one.
got a Nobel Peace Prize 3 months after he was in office.
Excuse me, sir. I literally just let you talk. I'm in the middle of a sentence. Please don't be rude, okay?
All right, go ahead.
All right, thank you. Also, you have a lot of background noise, man. I don't know what's going on there, but maybe you could. I don't know what's happening, but just FYI.
I'm sorry, I'm outside.
All right, you got a lot of background noise. But no, number one, myself and other. I've never heard anyone say that he was perfect. I don't think he was perfect. I can absolutely sit here and criticize a bunch of the things that Barack Obama did. Also, to say that people thought that because he was half black, the man literally took more criticism than any president in history because he was half black. You guys literally criticized the man because he wore a fucking tan suit, okay? They ran a segment on Fox News because the man wore a tan suit, okay? So when I hear things like that, it's pretty clear that it's pretty fucking clear that, like, what you're doing is you're kind of projecting just a titch there. So we're not really going to go there with the whataboutism. Donald Trump has done a lot of shit. And what you're trying to do is you're trying to excuse it by saying, well, other presidents did some things. No, what I'm trying to make you understand and what I'm asking you to do, sir, is I'm saying give me something comparable, which you can't do because what Donald Trump has done is out of the realm of any other president. See, you could do the same thing with like Barack Obama and George W. Bush and Bill Clinton, right? You could do those things. We could sit here and go tit for tat with those guys. Sure. Donald Trump is in an entirely different league. There's no comparison.
Yeah.
If you're saying something, we can't hear you. You got bars.
Okay. Can you hear me?
No, you're cutting
Hello?
out. You are cutting out, sir. Wherever you are, you need to go.
What are you doing? I'm on a TikTok live.
Okay, all right.
Hello?
If you can get situated back where you have better service, come back up.
Tell Jolene we said hi.
Fuck, dude. Fucking Louisiana, dude. I'll tell you. My God. Oh, man. I'll tell you. That's wild. All right. Welcome in, Nemo. Welcome into all you fine folks. We've got 500 people here. That was our first guest, and we have no one else in the box. So if you voted for Donald Trump, now is your chance to hop in the box. Yeah, Erica, that was fun. That was our friend Bubba from Louisiana. I mean Tiger. So yeah, come on up and yeah, let's have a chat. Yes, exactly, Nemo. My thoughts precisely. Very good. Guys, real quick, while we wait for our next guest to come up, trust me, I believe that you're not all that bad in Louisiana. I firmly believe that. Absolutely, you got a lot of fine folks in New Orleans. Absolutely. So don't worry about it. Absolutely. It's our friend Dean. Hey, Dean, how are you?
Hey Matt, how you doing? I just wanted to say hello to all my brothers and sisters that are veterans. I hope you had a great day, and God bless you, and be safe.
Same man, and I wanted to very much say Happy Veterans Day to you. I wanted to thank you very much for your service, and especially want to say to you and to all of our Vietnam veterans who very much did not get the recognition that they deserved, and the appreciation that they deserved when they came home. Very much, thank you so much for your service. Okay, I mean that very sincerely, especially
Brother, I appreciate
for our
that.
Vietnam veterans. You guys deserve so much better. Okay, so I mean that. And I hope you're staying warm. It's cold. It's cold up here in New England, so I hope you're staying warm, my friend.
Yeah, it's not too bad here in New Hampshire.
Okay.
You know what I noticed, which is really great? The MAGAs are getting really weak on TikTok.
They're afraid to come up. They're afraid to come up and talk to us. We're inviting people up. We're trying. So do you wanna go try and scare some up for us in the comments? Are you gonna try?
Oh, I'm good at that. You know that.
I know you are.
Hey, Nemo.
Howdy.
So Dean, I'll drop you back down, my friend. But I really appreciate you, and I want everyone. I would really appreciate it if everyone would say a hearty thank you. I mean, obviously to all of our veterans, but especially to our friend Dean. Thank you to Dean for his service, and we love you as a friend of the live, Dean. Thank you very much. Okay, my friend.
Well, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. And damn it, be safe. Be safe. Be safe. It's crazy out there, and they're in retaliation right now. So be strong. Be safe. God bless you all, and you can drop me down. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Dean. Yeah, happy Veterans Day to you, my friend. And like I said, stay warm up there in New Hampshire, guys. Once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, we'd like you to hop in the box. We see some of you chirping down there. I know that we have invited a couple of folks, and you guys are not coming up, and we don't know why. Don't know why you're not coming up. So please hop in the box and let's have a chat. Let's have a chat. Like I said, while we're waiting, please make sure that you're following Nemo down here. This is Nemo's second account. Make sure that you click through and follow his main account. He's got a number of backups as well. Make sure you're following my main account up here, my backup account. Make sure you're subscribed over on the tube. We're trying to get to 1,000 subscribers over there. And as always, as we move throughout the night, you can show support to both Nemo and myself via the gifts that you can do through the TikToks or through links in our BIOs for both the green and the blue app. You can send to both of us if you'd like to get either of us to read a message, say something, different things like that, or just say thank you. We're very happy to oblige, and you guys are generous, so we appreciate it. So thank you. Absolutely thank you to our friends Thick and to Val if they're here as well. Thank you to all of our amazing vets. We appreciate all of you guys. So, Nemo, did you hear? Of course, here's where the other shoe drops. Did you hear what the Republicans now want in exchange for extending the ACA subsidies?
I'm going to go with a tax cut.
They want to attach more abortion restrictions to any of the funding that goes out.
Fucking A.
Over and above what already exists with the Hyde Amendment.
Fucking A.
And they've already said anything else is a complete non-starter because, of course.
Well, the Republican Party just wants the states to decide, and the goddamn Democrats are the ones that want the government to decide for us. Not really, just give us the option. But I don't like that, and I want a government to make my choices for me. Therefore, but only state ones or Republican ones. And if neither one is a Republican, fuck you.
Yep, basically. That's it. What Nemo just said.
It's not surprising at all. Um, God, fuck the Republican Party, man.
And I think that there was even something in there about criminalizing. I think if I criminalizing the Mary Jane, that they want to go back on, want to go back and start pushing back on that one too. I think I read that as well. I'd have to go back and double check that part. The one that really concerned me, of course, was the first part. I don't like the second part, but the first part is the really important thing. So
Criminalizing Mary Jane. God damn, dude. Like, honestly, I want Republicans. Any Republican. There's 476 people in here. If you know any Republicans, send this to them. How do you square that circle? Y'all want small government, but you want to criminalize Mary Jane. I have talked to so many Republicans who were either in the middle of their libertarian phase where they're like, well, I want to be able to, consume Mary Jane and not pay taxes. That's what I want. Okay, cool. And then they get a bit older and they're like, well, I'm a Republican. I want smaller government. Okay, cool. And I guarantee that, at this point, Republicans consume Mary Jane. Like, they will just identify themselves as Republicans and openly admit to consuming Mary Jane. How is it that you square that circle? Your party is trying to ban this shit. I have taken the other extreme approach when it comes to this. I guess the quote unquote real libertarian approach or whatever, where I don't want the government controlling any substances as long as I know what it is. The only control that I want the government to have over substances is accurately identifying what that substance is and making it clear and enforcing that, what it says on the box is what it actually is. Beyond that, like, once you're an adult, hey, as long as you ain't hurting nobody, have at it. As long as you know the risks, the whatever, have at it. Go for it.
Exactly. It's like what people do in the privacy of their own bedroom. It's the same principle. You're an adult. You're not hurting anybody, and they're two consensual adults. Who fucking cares? I don't care. Go. Don't care.
Yeah.
I don't care. Right? If you're harming somebody, if something's non-consensual, that's a different story. If you're doing substances and you're giving them to people without their consent, people who are not adults, there's a number of different situations, obviously, where those situations don't apply. This isn't a blanket thing. That's not what people are saying. But if you are a consenting adult and you're not hurting somebody, that is as free from government as you could ever want. Isn't it?
You would think.
One would imagine. By the way, it's no. I was just going to say I find it. I'll tell him in a second. You tell him. I'll pull this up.
I know that, especially in the South and Appalachia, especially Appalachia. As much as I love to rag on the mouth breathing troglodytes of my people, redneck engineering is a thing. Like, these people are basically chemists. They use different words. They use different words. They might use different symbols for things. They might use different containers instead of, I don't know, a graduated cylinder. It is the fucking bottle that used to have dip in it. Instead of a, I don't know, like some type of flask, it is, it's a 5-gallon bucket that they got from Home Depot. Whatever it is, these motherfuckers have demonstrated an aptitude for the periodic table of elements, right? Now, with that in mind, I think that they would agree with me that maybe the government should just fuck all the way off whenever it comes to telling us what we can and cannot do with our bodies in the privacy of our own home, so long as we are not hurting anybody. I mean, if I remember correctly, that same redneck engineering, that same aptitude for chemistry that hillbillies have, is what gave us a little something called bootlegging. I mean, that was like a whole thing. To this day, it still is. To this day. Like, it was big during, obviously it was very big during Prohibition, but it's still very much a thing in the South. Like moonshine, that is a thing. You can still get it. And I don't know. I mean, to me, that's them demonstrating that they kind of want to have the freedom to, you know, do chemistry in the privacy of their own home, so long as they're not hurting anybody. And who am I to say otherwise, right? But then they vote for these motherfuckers.
Yeah. It doesn't make any sense. And then shit like this, which is a provision in the CR, which includes a clause preventing the, quote, unregulated sale of intoxicating hemp-based or hemp-derived products, including Delta-8, parentheses, T, C, and parentheses, in places like gas stations, corner stores, and online. The proposed measure redefines hemp in crucial ways. Under the provision, a finished hemp-derived product must contain no more than 0.3% total of the T something and the C, and no more than 0.4 milligrams of total T with the thing and the C. This language also prohibits use of synthetic forms of that or those manufactured outside the plant. Appears aimed at shutting the door on many of the newer hemp-derived intoxicating products. And do you know who also spoke up against this and voted against it is new friend of the progressives, everybody, Rand Paul.
Yeah. That was who I thought. Like, right as you were saying, I was like, yeah, Rand Paul totally would have voted against that.
Of course. Because, I mean, at least the guy is fucking, he is logically, I have to say, with a lot of this stuff, he does try to stay logically consistent. I'm like, all right, dude, I don't agree with a whole lot, but I'll give you that at least. By the way, thank you to my friend. Thanks, Mark, for forwarding that bit to me. Also, Crystal did. We got someone we got requesting up here. Let's see here. And by the way, real quick before we, as we accept this person, thank you to Greg. Thank you to Greg on the Blue app. Greg says, "Love what you do. Listen all the time." Thank you, Greg, for the capitalism. Appreciate that very much. Thank you.
And thank you, Greg, as well, for the capitalism. Appreciate that.
Double thanks, Greg. Thank you. Ricky, how did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hey, what's up, buddy? Can you hear me?
Yes. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Of course, now we'll do it all over again.
Can you tell us how old you are and what state you voted in, please?
22, and I'm from Oregon State.
Okay. Would you like to discuss one of the subjects above or something else that Donald Trump has done since he became president this time?
Trump is pro-crime. It's statistically false. GOP won't fix healthcare. That's statistically false. Mamdani and Dems win big. That is true. They did win. They, in fact, did win. So, yeah, just kind of told you right there what was wrong, what was right. Maybe you could fix that.
Can you expand on the statistically false statement as it pertains to healthcare?
Yeah. Well, first off, the GOP, they're known for trying to help better out the overall community of Americans. So
That's
GOP.
not a statistic, nor is that empirical.
Okay, but what does the GOP stand for?
Grand Old Party.
Yeah. No, you're right on that. Okay. Whoa. But yeah, I just think two of those things up there are bullshit. The other one is
Well, it
statistically
sounds
true.
like you don't have statistics to back up your thing. So when you say it's statistically false, I mean,
Oh, okay.
maybe
Well,
you want
Trump
to pick
is
a better word.
pro-crime, even though he's the one
Whoa.
stopping the
We're
crime.
we're
Like,
just bouncing. We are bouncing.
okay, what do you want to speak about? We can talk about anything.
I don't
I'll
know. What were
debunk
we
your
just
whole
speaking about, Ricky?
worldview. Are you
What
Christian?
were we just speaking about?
You Christian?
Am I Christian? No.
What about you? Big screen guy looking at me. Do you believe in Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior?
Big screen guy looking at you. Hi, that's me. I'm Matt, by the way, and that's
Matt.
Nemo. You could
Matt and Nemo.
We do have names, Ricky.
Sorry, that
But
actually
that's okay.
was disrespectful.
That's
I didn't
okay.
mean it like that.
That's all right. That's fine. No, I'm an atheist. I grew up
Oh,
Catholic.
so
I grew up
you guys
Catholic
will
though,
be,
which
you guys
means
will be burning in hell for
I
eternity.
grew up
That's
I grew
sad.
up Catholic though, which means I know far more about both religion and the Bible than you do.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
So when you say that like someone's going to be burning in hell, why would somebody be burning in hell? What's your basis for that?
Because you haven't accepted Jesus Christ in your heart, and that's the only way for you to get into heaven is by fully.
It's actually not. Where in the Bible? Cool. Where in the Bible does it say that that's the only way for you to get into heaven?
Well, there's different scriptures. I mean,
Where
you
in
have
the
to
Bible does it say that's
analyze
the only way for
scriptures.
you to get into heaven?
I could pull it up.
Cool. But anyways,
Okay.
I'm actually really not here to debate the Bible with you.
Okay, well,
but
I
if you
just
want
debunked
to,
you.
but since you
Tell me
wanted
how-
to,
tell
no,
me how
you
you get
didn't.
into
I'm
heaven.
sorry. When you said you just debunked me, you literally provided no proof to support what you were talking about. So just to be clear, that's number one. But number two is I don't want to get into a biblical debate at the point because what Nemo was asking you is far more interesting, and I think everyone would rather talk about the fact that you're really just dodging it. You can't just say, "Oh, the things that you said are wrong," and not provide any proof.
Yeah, no, I just did. They're wrong.
I understand that you just did that, but if you don't provide any proof, then you just sound like a fucking moron.
Oh, okay. Well, the proof is that Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal is just complete almost blasphemy. I mean, have we had an
Blasphemy.
American?
I don't
Have
think
we
he
had an
understands what
Ameri-
that word means.
Oh, I know what it means.
I mean, I don't know. I think that Ricky knows exactly what the word blasphemy
Oh.
means. I mean,
I think I know
that's a more
exactly what
accurate
I'm
usage
talking
of the
about.
word than Ricky might think because they
I
really
think I know
do.
exactly.
They
what
really
I'm
do
talking
deify
about,
this
kid.
motherfucker. Like it really is a
actually,
cult, and
all
any
right,
type of
that's fair.
criticism would be blasphemy.
That's fair, actually, Nemo. All right, you know what? I take it. You're fair. I take it back.
Yeah, so let me explain something to you since you can't quite seem to get it through your head there, both of you guys. Trump is pro-America.
The fuck he
America is not pro-crime.
Donald Trump is pro-America.
Well, is he not the American president, buddy?
So what you're saying is
Dude,
that
come on, are you
Biden.
serious,
Hold
buddy?
on, Ricky. What you're telling
Wake
me
up.
is Biden, Obama, Bush, Clinton, Reagan, Carter, Ford, Nixon, Eisenhower, Truman.
Why are you just
FDR,
listing off random
Coolidge,
presidents? No
Hoover,
one's asking you to do this. Like, who are you
Cleveland,
talking about?
Harrison, Garfield, Arthur, Taft.
Who do these people
Wilson.
have anything to do
What you're
with?
telling me is that all these presidents, they were all pro-America because they were president of the United States, were they not?
Yeah, they were all presidents of the United
Oh,
States.
cool.
which
So what
means
you're telling me
they're
is that they're all
pro-America.
pro-America,
Yeah. Do you not
including
quite
Barack
understand how that
Obama,
works?
including
are you
Barack
not
Obama
quite
and Joe Biden.
Are you not quite connecting the dots that are so easy to connect that are right in front of your face?
Well,
You're
I mean,
ignoring-
I know that your argument's rather simplistic. I just want to make sure that I am working with a coloring book instead of a, I don't know, IKEA assembly manual.
You come up with the stupidest little. I don't even know what you're talking about. I haven't been to
I
IKEA
know,
in
yeah,
years. I
no,
don't
wit
even know.
tends
Whoa.
to go over the heads of the troglodytes. It's okay.
Well, you guys just are simpleton beings. So let me explain what
Simpleton
that means.
beings? It would just be simpleton.
No. You can
No,
say
it wouldn't.
simpleton,
Got it.
or since you are a being, a human being, I can say you're a simpleton being.
Sure. Let's go with that.
So, as your little simpleton brains can't quite comprehend what my brain is working with and what my brain is always learning and informing myself on new data, new studies, new statistics, basically saying the GOP won't fix healthcare is ridiculous because they're the ones. Donald Trump came out with Trump healthcare earlier
didn't.
on. Democrats tried to shut it down. 2017, look it up.
No, he didn't. That
Look it up.
that
It was
was
called
that was
Trump Care.
literally
It was called
repeal and
Trump Care.
replace.
Yeah.
It was called Trump Care. Look it up. Democrats
It
shut
was
it down
repeal and
because they knew
replace.
it would be the new
Yeah,
wave. They knew it would be the new meta.
And Ricky, before you pivot away to this, because I know you want to pivot away to this.
Oh, he
can
pardoned
I
someone
just?
who didn't even commit a bad crime. Whoa,
Oh, really?
whoa.
So what crime
Dude,
did?
Joe Biden
Cool,
literally
awesome.
pardoned
Hey
the
bud,
sex
great.
trafficking
And since
son-
you, I know
sex
you listen. Hey
trafficking
bud, I
son.
know you want to pivot away from this, but we're not talking about Biden. So tell me, what crime did CZ commit?
Who's CZ, idiot?
The person on the screen. I asked you. You said that person didn't commit that
Oh,
bad
was
of a
it the
crime.
crypto stuff? The crypto stuff? Was that him?
What crime did he commit? I'm asking you.
Some crypto scams or something?
What crime did he commit?
I don't know. You tell me. Since
No, you just said that the crime wasn't that bad. So obviously you know what the crime is, don't you?
Not that bad.
Cool, then
Not
what
that
was it?
bad. You tell me, since you know what it was.
No, you said you know what it was. So do you
No,
not know
I
what it
didn't
was?
say
You were
that.
lying.
You're taking
okay, so
words out of
you're
my
okay.
mouth.
No, you just said that his crime wasn't
Dude.
that bad.
Dude,
So if
you're
his
taking
crime
words out of
wasn't
my
that
mouth.
bad, then how do you know? You
Dude,
literally
I feel
just
like
said
you
his
just-
crime wasn't that bad. So do you know what his crime was, or you don't know what his crime
Well,
was?
you're taking words out of my mouth.
No,
I
you,
know,
I'm
I don't
really
know the
not,
exact
dude.
title of
How
the
could
crime,
you
but it was some-
possibly deem
was
his
some
crime
crypto
as
thing.
being bad or not bad if you don't know what the crime was?
Because at first I heard about it and I knew what it was and I forgot
Oh,
because it
okay,
was
so
some
you- I got it.
stupid, irrelevant thing that
Oh, okay,
wasn't
cool.
important to me because
Awesome.
I know other things.
So
that
you
are
think
more
that
important.
funding? So you think that
Oh,
funding?
like literally, dude,
Okay,
think
cool,
about it.
awesome. So you think that funding terrorism is a small crime?
Nope, not what he was doing. He wasn't funding.
Oh,
Al
really?
Qaeda.
He wasn't? I didn't say Al Qaeda. What I said was he was helping
that's
to
what it
fund
was-
terrorism.
it was
He was
about
also
that,
helping
wasn't
to fund Schmex traffickers, and he was
Was it
also
about
helping to
Al
fund.
Qaeda? Was it
Dude,
about
I'm
Al Qaeda?
literally in the middle of a fucking sentence. If you think that AQ is the only terrorist organization out there, you really. Well, never mind. I know you
I don't
won't
think
ever.
it was the only one
All
out
right,
there. but
cool.
that's
Anyways,
what
I'm literally in the middle of a sentence. This guy above me laundered $4 billion in furtherance of global terrorism funding, Schmex trafficking funding. Yeah, all of those things. Oh, and helping to bring substances into the United States, substance trafficking. So, tell me again why it wasn't that bad.
because he didn't actually do it. You don't understand.
Oh, really?
You don't-
Cool. Can you tell me then why was he convicted by a jury of his peers, and then all
'Cause
of his
someone else
appeals
did
didn't
it,
go
and they
through,
made him
and then
take the
all of his
blame for it.
appeals didn't go through? So
'Cause
he was convicted
someone
by.
else
Oh,
did it.
so
They
you're
made him
saying
take
that
the
in
blame for it.
America, when somebody convicts you of by a jury of your peers, and all of your appeals are denied, you're just magically innocent?
You don't understand how that works.
Really? I don't.
Nope. I
Cool.
don't think you understand how nothing works.
I don't understand how nothing works. I definitely am going to take advice from the guy who can't even speak proper grammar.
I don't think you understand reality.
You should have said, I don't think you understand how anything works. That would have
No,
been the
I
proper
don't
way to
think
say
you know how
that.
nothing works. I
Yeah,
don't
that's
think
you.
know
That's a
how
double
nothing
negative,
works.
you fucking moron. You don't say that.
Maybe you haven't discovered.
Maybe you haven't discovered the English fucking language.
You haven't discovered what a double negative truly means.
Jesus Christ.
A double negative literally just means a positive.
Wrong, dickhead.
Based on what?
Based on the information that I've retained in my brain, far more than any one of you little fucking peasants can ever think
Ricky,
of.
do you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
You speaking to me right now, kid?
Yes, I am. Do you know what the Dunning-Kruger effect is?
No.
Can you go ahead and type in Dunning-Kruger effect into Google for me?
While he's doing that, I just
Just
want to,
did.
excuse me, I just want to point out that he was saying that you were taking words out of his mouth, which is literally what we all do when we listen to something. What Ricky meant was you're putting words into his
You
mouth,
did say that.
not taking words
Erica,
out of his mouth, because that's what we do when we listen to people.
So
We
funny,
take the
Erica. No one
words.
asked for your input, Erica. No one asked for your
No,
input, Erica.
actually, okay. Comment section, would you like my input? Put a one
No,
in the
no one
chat
does.
if
You
you would
can
like
leave.
my
Bye
input.
bye. Bye bye.
Then
Someone kick her now. Moderator, kick her now.
I am a moderator, you idiot.
Hey, Ricky, you're really failing hard at this, bud. Like, I don't think you're in any position to be making demands here, Chief. Anyways, would you like to explain to
You saw me in
all of
real life,
us?
you know that I would be able to command.
No, you wouldn't, son.
I tower.
Sit the fuck down. Anyways, do you want to
I
explain
tower
to
over
do
you.
you want to explain to all of us why you think that $4 billion in money laundering that contributed to global terrorism, schmex trafficking, and substance trafficking isn't by itself, pardoning this guy, just that alone isn't pro-crime? And we haven't even gotten into all of the other insane pardons that he's done. We haven't even gotten into the fact that he himself is a criminal. So you
Wrong
haven't
again.
done anything awesome. How am I wrong?
Oh, because he's a criminal house, so because he got a little civil case, little civil boo-hoo, little civil little. Okay, we don't
No,
No,
he's
it's because of the criminal case.
Yeah.
You people don't know anything about Trump. He
It's because of
Trump.
the criminal case, dipshit.
Trump
Yeah,
is the
Ricky,
guy
there
who's
was a
coming in here to
Ricky, I
save
don't know
your
if you heard
ass.
about this. I don't know
He's
if you heard
saving
about.
your
I know,
ass from
I don't know if you know about this, Ricky, but there was in fact a criminal case where he was found guilty on 34 counts. He's a felon, Ricky.
All right, dude. Good try. It's a good try. Good try.
Yeah, it's very much after Ricky's bedtime, so
He was trolling. That's fine. He was trolling. Okay. And he came back on and he couldn't keep in the giggles. I mean, all right. It's fine. He got a little bit further than most of our trolls. So
but hey, Ricky saw Trump's healthcare plan, so he's got one up on the rest of the country.
apparently so. Apparently so. It's fantastic. Ricky, don't lose that number for fucking sure. Yeah, absolutely. Good times. Good times.
You can throw me out if you like, Matt.
All right. We'll kick you out the club. But can everyone say hi to Erica, please, real quick? Everyone say hi, Erica. Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Erica.
Bye, everybody. Who knows? If I'm still awake, I might be back.
Okay. All right. We'll talk to you later, friend. Bye.
Bye.
Bye. By the way, W's in the chat. W's in the chat to Tammy. Tammy wanted to kick our friend. But I had said we had to ask about. We had to wait to see. We were waiting for. I was waiting for any other op. But Tammy did pay to kick him. But we were just waiting for anyone else. But W's for Tammy. But obviously that guy was actually trolling. So yeah.
And W to Tammy for the capitalism as well. Appreciate that.
Tammy. Guys, we have 675 people here. If you voted for Donald Trump, now's your chance. Hop in the box. We don't have anyone up to talk with. So come on up. Talk with us. Come.
You can talk to me. Hi.
Anyways, once again, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a chat. I'm going to get in trouble for that.
Damn.
Get in trouble for that.
That was cold.
Sander, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No,
Oh,
but I
okay.
do have a question.
All right. Real quick, friend. We are just looking for Trump supporters. Real quick. What's your question?
Is Donald Trump trying to start a war by sending warships over toward Venezuela and shooting down those fishing boats? What's your opinion on that?
I mean, it definitely feels that way.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, he's absolutely trying to provoke a war.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
But he's trying to always call himself the no war president.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm done. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, friend.
Have a good one.
Have a good one.
You are in so much trouble. Matt, I know where you live. I run in Nemo's Discord. I just gave you a space in there.
If we can't joke with each other, then what do we have? What do we have? What do we have, friend?
Punishment.
God damn. Everyone knows we're all friends. That's why we all know we're all friends. That's why.
Okay. Well, everyone, I want to say thank you for the 100,000 likes. That is awesome, especially because we just started. If we can get to 200,000 in the next, I'm thinking 30, 40 minutes, that would be great. It promotes the live. It also brings in MAGA so that hopefully they request. I've seen a lot in the comments and they're saying the dumbest shit that can be debunked instantly. It's insane. One thing I do, hopefully, I want to hear you guys talk about something that happened today. It's Veterans Day. I want to know why instead of having veterans in the White House, Trump is meeting up with the former Al Qaeda leader. So if anyone who's MAGA wants to come talk about that, please let me know what you think. Especially if any of you are veterans. That's insane to me. With that said, please keep tapping. We love you guys. We appreciate you guys. Join in Nemo's Discord. We have a space for Matt in there. I don't know how long that's going to last. He also has a space in... You stop laughing. He also has a space in Ari's Discord. The link is in his bio for that as well. So link in Nemo's bio. Join us. We talk a lot of shit, including about Matt. And also, if you guys just want to thank the guys, send them a little love through the blue links. I think it's blue and green links in their bios. That's appreciative. Also, check out Matt's YouTube. It's okay. I followed.
Hooray.
I'm going to unfollow.
Oh, okay. Well, it's fine. Do that and then follow again because then it'll be great. Good for engagement. Okay.
All right. Bye.
All right. Thanks, friend. Bye. All right. Well, we got someone here. Let's see. Who we got? Oh, I guess not. Who we got? Let's see. Nope. I spoke too soon. One thing I was gonna say about what while we wait, by the way, guys, we really do want Trump support. So if you voted for Donald Trump, please hop in the box. One thing I was gonna say is if you're a fan of history and you are specifically a fan of American history, I cannot stress enough how fucking similar this is to the Mexican-American War. I just cannot unsee the parallels of how Texas wanted to become a state, but we wanted the United States. It was Polk, James K. Polk wanted. He was the president, and he wanted more area for Texas, and then he wanted all of the area that ended up becoming New Mexico, Arizona, and California. All of that was Mexico. And like the entire fucking western half of Texas, like the majority of Texas, that was all Mexico. In 1846, James K. Polk sent his Secretary of State down to Mexico City and was like, hey guys, we'll buy that land from you for $30 million. And Mexico was like, fuck off. They didn't even meet with him. They were like, that's an insult. Go away. They wouldn't even meet with him. And what did we do? We put troops on the border of Texas and Mexico, and we egged them into a fight. We got their troops to fire on us, and by many accounts, the initial incident was faked by us. That we said that a captain rode off and was like unalived by some Mexican troops, which was never verified that was what happened to him. Never. So, like, we literally poked them into the Mexican-American War. And then what happened? We beat them, and we marched into Mexico City, and we took all of that territory that we wanted.
Yeah. The wild thing, because I think that if people aren't familiar with the geography of Mexico, hold on. So, I was trying to find a map of this exact thing that you're talking about. But yeah, this is close enough. So,
somebody named Corsi in the chat is saying that I'm wrong about what I'm saying. Come up and tell me what I'm wrong about. There's nothing that I've said there that isn't basic historical fact.
So this is Mexico City. I was trying to make it like more obvious, but whatever. So Mexico City's way the fuck down here. All of this is Mexico, right? We marched into Mexico City. We would have been able to seize all of this territory right here. Basically, like, I don't know, what is that? 3/5 or 2/3 of Mexico?
Oh, yeah, easy.
And because Mexico wasn't willing, or wasn't, I guess, able to properly defend this area. Plus, this is a lot of desert. So it just didn't make sense, right? And they were effectively willing to give this up, and we could have annexed this territory.
Mm-hmm.
Now, people might be asking, why didn't we annex this territory? Well, it's for the same reason that Oklahoma is shaped the way that it is. In case anybody's ever wondered why Oklahoma just has that little piece that juts out right there. It's for the exact same reason. Slavery. So if we had annexed all of this, there would have been, a very solid argument for having, a few, like 2 or 3 states at least out of all this area. But because it was south of the Mason-Dixon, they would have been slave states.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a fear that would make slave states outnumber free states prior to the Civil War. And so we literally refused land. We refused to expand the United States because Southerners were just that damn racist.
Yep.
I'm sorry, because Northerners were scared of slavery expanding. Like we were that scared of it, and slavery was that ingrained in the United States that, well, it's south of the Mason-Dixon. Well, that means they have to be slave states. So no, that's what's going to happen if you add them. Okay, yeah. So it's pretty wild. Like, we would have gotten the Baja of Mexico, so that's the little piece that hangs off of California. And basically, I don't know, the northern 2/3 of it.
Yeah. I mean, like, everything that Nemo is saying is spot on. It's literally like, the people don't understand that the Mexican-American War was one of like it was absolutely, when you look back on it, it was one of the harbingers of the Civil War. It was like, oh, this is a problem. Like, this is there was a point in time where it was like, wasn't there a point in time, it was like maybe like, when do we have 22? It was like, it was in the 1820s, I want to say, where it was like when it was 11 and 11. And it was this whole thing. It was like, yeah, there was the equality clause. Wasn't it the Missouri Compromise, right?
Yeah,
The Missouri Compromise. Yeah. I always forget that one. So the Missouri Compromise, which was like Neil was saying, is like the equal number of states. And there was a point in time where it was like 11 and 11. You're like, okay, like, this is okay. But then we started expanding more, and that's when this whole tit for tat thing happened. And it was like, this is a problem. This is an issue. So, by the way, Corsi, you requested up. I accepted you, and then you dropped right away. So I don't know why you ran away. Also, Adele, Mom Donnie, you keep saying crazy shit, but I can't invite you up. So why don't you get in the box, and we'll happily have you up, guys. If you voted for Donald Trump, get in the box. I mean, I do enjoy when we're able to give you a little history lesson, but we are here to talk with you guys. We're here to talk with you. So hop on up. Let's have a conversation.
So, in case anybody was still confused about the Oklahoma thing that I mentioned, before we went into the Mexico thing. So Oklahoma is shaped the way that it's shaped. It has that funny little panhandle because of the Mason-Dixon line. Slavery was only permitted, essentially, rule of thumb, south of the Mason-Dixon line. And when you know it, Texas just so happened to be north of the Mason-Dixon at the very, very, very top. And Texas was a slave state. And that technically violated the rules. And so, to prevent that, there was, they basically cut the top part of Texas off.
Is that the 35th parallel, or like, where is it? It's like it's a specific one, right? Am I making this up in my head? God damn, I always forget the exact specifics of this one. 38th, maybe, yeah. We'd double check that. It's something.
It'd be wild if it was the 30th.
No, that's too high. That's too high, I think.
I'm trying to. I don't know if it's actually,
or maybe it's not. Maybe
hard
I'm
and
making
fast
that up.
like latitude.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it's the 36 degrees, 36:30. Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's the 36th. Yep. Okay. All right. We were all wrong. So there you go. 36.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what it is. Because and I remember the only reason I remember this one is because this was it was 1820, and the reason I remember the Missouri Compromise is because it's the year that Maine became a state, because Maine was a territory of Massachusetts. It was part of Massachusetts, but they allowed it to break off because Missouri voted to be a slave state, and they needed a free state to balance it out. So instead of Maine remaining part of Massachusetts, they were like, boop, you're your own state now, because we need one to balance out this other one.
Yep. That's also how West Virginia came to be. So, anybody ever wondered why it is that you have Virginia and then West Virginia instead of West and East Virginia? Like, why is it that we have a West Virginia randomly? That's the only state like that. Well, it's because West Virginia came to be because a bunch of counties in Virginia said, to hell with the Confederacy. We're not doing that. and they seceded from the state of Virginia and created West Virginia.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And someone in the chat asked me about the Maine thing. Yeah, it was part of Massachusetts. It was governed by Massachusetts, and they called it the District of Maine. That's what it was, and it lasted all the way up until that was 1820 is when those two states came into existence, Missouri and Maine. So it was a district. That's what it was.
Isn't there something weird about Rhode Island? There's something funky about Rhode Island, like as far as geography goes. Because isn't it that Rhode Island is not literally just an island? There's a part of it that is on the mainland.
No, Rhode Island isn't an island at all. Rhode Island is all connected, basically. I mean, obviously, there's like you've got like Newport, Rhode Island, which is an island. But I mean, almost all of Rhode Island is completely mainland. It's connected.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm very much thinking of a different part of the East Coast. I'm a dumbass. Okay.
Maybe you're thinking of Long Island, which is all an island, maybe, because Long Island is all island.
Well, no, I think I was thinking of isn't it what part of I'm gonna be honest, all the states in New England, if I had to accurately label them, I would fail.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Is let's see, what is this? Newport?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The Newport is an island, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is that? Oh, is that part of Rhode Island?
Yeah.
Or okay. Okay. That's what it is. Okay. Got it. Yeah. I might have been thinking of that, or maybe New York. Maybe I might have been thinking of Long Island in my head. I don't know. So yeah, Rhode Island, randomly called Rhode Island. I think that originally, wasn't it called the state of, it was something else. It was like Rhode Island.
It was the state of Rhode Island and hold on, I remember this. It was the state of Rhode Island and Providence Plantations. That's what it was called. Yeah. Weird name. And of course the capital of Rhode Island, Providence. Also, by the way, the smallest U.S. state by land area, not by population, but by land area. So.
Oh yeah, it's itty bitty.
Yeah,
that's what came up a lot during in 2021 when there were, I don't know, somewhat serious conversations about DC statehood. The people who were pushing it in, I think it was the Senate or the House, because they actually had hearings about it.
Mm-hmm.
And they oftentimes would point to Rhode Island and be like, you can't argue geography as far as just like size, because you got Rhode Island. You can't argue population because you got Wyoming. Wyoming is like, I think it's 500,000 people or maybe 600,000 people in all of Wyoming.
Yeah, Wyoming and Vermont are both just, in terms of population, are like, you're shocked.
Yeah.
At their populations.
Yeah. And it doesn't make sense. Arguably, like, I mean, as far as Wyoming, think about it. In Wyoming, you got a whole bunch of empty land, and let's just say 600,000 people live there. That gives you 2 senators, and I think they have 1 representative or something like that. But you get 2 senators, 2 Senate seats out of 100. That's a lot. That is a non-trivial number.
No.
And you know, whenever people are like, well, if DC became a state, they'd both be Democrats. Well, yeah, Wyoming exists. Like, as far as representation goes, holy shit.
Well, I mean, so when you look at So I just so when you look at the population of Washington D.C., the population of Washington D.C. as the most recent that we know is 702,000. That's 702,000, which makes it larger than our two least populated states. It makes it larger than both Wyoming and Vermont, because Wyoming, is the smallest at 560 or 570. Vermont's not far behind at 650. It's right there. So
I'm actually surprised by that.
Oh yeah, dude. No, Vermont is, trust me, having spent a lot of time in Vermont, by the way, I fucking love Vermont. And fun bit of trivia for any of you French speakers out there, Vermont is the home of the famous Green Mountains. Vermont, Green Mountain, Vermont. Literally, the state name is Green Mountain. It's Green Mountain.
Wow.
Right?
Huh.
You like that one? Yeah.
Wow.
That's how you can always remember when people are like, because in New England, there's the White Mountains and the Green Mountains. And the White Mountains are in New Hampshire, and the Green Mountains are in Vermont. People are always like, I never remember which is which. I always forget which. I'm like, it's real simple. Like, Vermont, Vermont, Green Mountain. Like,
I think there's something similar with the Grand Tetons? Is that it? Grand Tetons name.
Yeah, Vermont gave us Bernie, gave us Ben and Jerry's, gave us fish, gave us, so many wonderful things from Vermont. Really, we love our friends in Vermont.
Yeah, it's exactly what.
Oh
Okay.
no!
I remember being told this piece of trivia a long time ago. Okay, so this is the Grand Tetons, right? So this is it's one of our famous mountains, pair of mountains, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Was the dude French? Let's see. Here we go. French Canadian. Yep. In terms of etymology for the mountain's naming, the most common explanation is that Grand Teton means large treat or large chest things in French. So in French, it's téton. I'm assuming something like that.
Yeah. Very good. Téton.
Yeah. So I guess the guy who whoever was responsible for naming it, he was just like, "Well, what do you want to call these? What do these peaks? What do you want to call them?" Teton. Grand Teton.
Amazing. Yeah, we can call them the Big Hooters now. That's fantastic.
Hooterus Maximus.
Can we fit some orange shorts on them? That'd be great.
Oh my god.
I thought we had someone to talk to. Okay, guys, we've had close to 700 people in here, and we got no Trump supporters that want to come up, and that's okay, guys. It's all right. We don't mind tapping accidents and whatnot, but guys, we are just looking for Trump supporters at the moment. Just Trump supporters, please. If you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box and let's have a conversation. They are very scared. Yes, these days we can tell that they are not wanting to talk with us. Yeah, that's.
I'm trying to think of how the different states got their names. Like the ones I know, obviously New York is because of New York City actually came before New York State, and it was named after York, which I've been to York. It's nice.
Yeah.
And let's see. New Hampshire, same deal. New Jersey, same deal.
Yeah. Well, Massachusetts was named for the Massachusetts tribe. that's what they were. That's literally what they were named for. They spoke Algonquin. They lived here, and the name, it was meant something like at the great hill, or like on the great hill, or of the hills, or it was something like that. And they were talking about the blue, I think it meant like the Blue Hills area, which is just to the south of the city here. And so that's where they got the name Massachusetts from, but it came from the Massachusetts tribe. So
Nice.
So there's that one.
One thing that of all the places, of all the things that could have potentially taught me this, the movie The Patriot, Mel Gibson fighting the British back in the 2000s, you know, just like Braveheart. So whenever he was hating on the British at that time, so in the movie, they go to Charlestown. That's like where they go, because that's the capital, or I think at the time it was the capital of South Carolina. Is it South Carolina? I think it is.
Yeah, it's the capital of South Carolina. Yeah.
So they go to Charlestown. Now, most people be like, wait, Charlestown? You mean Charleston? Because eventually it was shortened to Charleston. And I'm willing to bet, I never looked this up, so I'm just kind of speculating, but I'm willing to bet that Boston used to be Boats Town or something close to that.
It might be, but I hate to break this to you. We have a Charlestown here, and we still call it Charlestown. That might just be y'all.
Well, damn. Yeah. It could easily just be a Southerner doing contractions. Boston name origin.
I'm not saying that we don't have our own accent issues, okay? I just want to point that out. I want to own that. I want to point that out to everybody, okay? I'm not saying that we don't, okay? But we do have a Charlestown here, and we call it Charlestown. In fact, Charlestown is where the Bunker Hill Monument is. It's the one that looks just like the Washington Monument. Everyone's like, it's the Washington Monument, because it's a large obelisk, a large white marble obelisk, and they're like, oh, look at that, and it's like, yeah, it's just like that on purpose. Although, fun fact, it's in the wrong place. It's not on Bunker Hill. It's on Breeds Hill.
Nice.
They got the hill wrong.
That's such an American thing to do.
It's such a fucking American thing to do. It's not really a Massachusetts thing to do, but it's an American thing to do. And so yeah, there are two hills that are basically right next to each other, and the battle took place on Bunker Hill. That's not Bunker Hill. That's Breeds Hill. But they put the monument to Bunker Hill on Breeds Hill.
So I looked it up with Boston.
Okay.
I was completely fucking wrong. However,
okay,
it is an abbreviation. It is an abbreviation.
Okay.
So there's that. I was just totally wrong about Boatstown because I'm a dumbass. So the name of the English town derives from its patron saint, Saint Botolph? Botolph? Botolph. Botolph?
Yeah.
Botolph?
Botolph. Yeah.
In whose church Cotton served as the rector until he and Johnson immigrated to New England. In early sources, Lincolnshire's Boston was known as St. Botolphstown, which was later abbreviated to Boston.
There we go. Since 1630, kids. Since 1630. We've been here.
Something similar is also the case for Istanbul, right? Because Istanbul is like, I think it's like an abbreviation of the city or something.
Yeah. I forget exactly, but I know what you're talking about. I've definitely heard that one before. I was gonna say my fun fact about Maine, about the state of Maine, and the fun fact about the state of Maine. Shut the fuck up, Erica. And the fun fact about the state of Maine is that no one really knows where the name came from, but they speculate that it was from sailors who, instead of saying that they were coming into the mainland because there were a number of ports in Maine, that was a common place that ships came into, and that there were ports there. Sailors would often say, instead of we're coming into the mainland, we're coming into the Maine. We're coming to the Maine. We're coming to the Maine.
Oh.
And apparently that stuck. But that's just speculation, because they don't really know, and there's nobody named that, and it's not a place in the UK, and we can't trace anything. But anyways, so Valara, hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
What's up, bro? Yeah, I did.
Hey. Okay, cool. How old are you? What state did you vote in?
21 from PA.
Okay, do you want to discuss one of the subjects above, or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Yeah, I just think, I don't know why you're making fun of Trump. He's not bad at all. Well, he makes a couple mistakes, but doesn't mean he's a bad president. Would you agree?
Just a couple mistakes.
I mean, just because Kamala promised a couple things too doesn't mean she was going to actually execute on them. And she probably would have been either in the same position as Donald Trump right now with other issues, or probably even worse off. So comparative data doesn't exist.
Oh.
Well, actually,
Trump-
comparative data does exist. We can compare Donald Trump to every other president.
So compare him to Joe Biden.
Okay.
Or Obama.
Okay.
Sure.
You know,
How would you
Obama
like to
deported-
compare?
Yeah, let's talk about how Obama deported more people than Trump.
Okay.
And you support Obama.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what's the issue with Trump?
There are a litany of issues with Donald Trump. Like, I mean, if you
And
want
you don't care when
but,
you don't
but
care when
just
Obama or
to use
somebody
your,
you like has
let's use
issues.
your point. Let's use your point about deportation. So Obama deported more people than Donald Trump. You're right. And
Sure.
he didn't have to spend fuck knows how much on ICE and violate the civil liberties of Americans to do it.
Because we need
He
to.
didn't have to invade cities with militarized, well, I guess paramilitary style agents who are not identified, not marked, and not monitored in any conceivable way. They don't wear body cams. They don't have to identify themselves by name. Hell, these people barely have a badge, right? And the problem with that is that I don't know about you, because well, you're in PA, so I don't know the rules with Pennsylvania, but I know that in Georgia it's constitutional carry. If somebody were to come up to me in full kit, no, well, actually not even in full kit, in half kit, so like wearing a vest and carrying a firearm, and I didn't know who the fuck they were, and they refuse to identify themselves, and they start putting hands on me. I mean, what do you think? How do you think that interaction would go?
You'd probably
And
shoot
the
them.
reason
I'm
that I asked
hoping.
that question is because there have already been multiple instances of psychopaths dressing up as ICE agents, pretending to be ICE agents, and kidnapping women.
Can I get a source for that?
Sure, 1 second.
You realize ICE wouldn't exist if people weren't illegally coming to our country. They just did their paperwork like normal people.
No,
and
ICE
they didn't
wouldn't
just-
exist if it wasn't for George W. Bush.
No, ICE wouldn't exist.
No, ICE
if,
wouldn't exist if it
people-
wasn't for George W. Bush,
You're
because
gonna let me
prior
talk,
to
or
George,
are you just gonna? Okay.
because prior to George, you interrupted me, sir. Prior to George W. Bush, ICE didn't exist and people still came to this country in an unauthorized fashion. We don't need ICE. We don't need a dedicated agency to do that work, sir. It just proves that you know too little about this.
So then what do we do about the illegal aliens that are here?
Do you mean the
We just leave
undocumented
them?
people? Because
Oh
illegal
my
alien,
God.
because illegal. I'm so sorry that you're not intelligent enough to Okay, you know what? I won't explain it to you because you're too dumb.
No,
Forget
go
it.
ahead, bro.
No, I won't.
Go ahead.
No,
Go
you're
ahead.
too dumb.
Because you know
Nah,
what it is.
nah,
because
fuck
you
it.
know what it
No,
is.
you know
just
what?
wanna
Fuck
play-
it.
You just want to wordplay.
Fuck it, dude. I don't want to wordplay, and I don't want to explain it to you because you're too fucking stupid to understand it. Never mind.
So, by the way, to the 700 people watching, this is the part where we start playing source bingo, because he's going to say that Wired is not like a real news source whenever I show
Why
him
is
this.
the real news source?
Yeah, FBI warns of criminals posing as ICE, urges agents to ID themselves. The
When was it
fucking
written?
FBI, the literal FBI does it. Now you're going to say that Wired isn't a real news source, and I'm
When
going
is it
to I'm
written?
going to pull up
Zoom
I'm going to
into
pull up
the date.
LA Times. I'm going to pull up LA Times saying the same thing, and then you're going to say, well, LA Times, that's like a left-wing communist
believe it.
rag because it's from California. And then I'm going to pull up Newsweek saying the exact same thing, and then you're going to be like, well, I've never read Newsweek, and then I'm going to pull up the Miami Herald, and you're going to say, well, but I know that Florida is a free state that you know, God-fearing Republicans and stuff, but Miami, that's where people that don't speak English are. And then I'm going to pull up CNN Investigates saying the exact same thing, and then
Okay.
you're going to tell me that
Yeah,
CNN is
sure.
a far left news rag.
Okay, I
So
believe you. I believe
tell
you.
me,
Sure. But
you believe
anybody
me?
can do that. I can do that right now. I can go dress up as a cop, buy little cop props, and go dress up as a cop. What's your point, dude?
The difference is that
Oh, you
when you're a
stumbled.
cop, and everyone knows this, when you're a cop and you like have your uniform on, when you're asked to
Yeah.
identify yourself, you have to
You
identify
can't
yourself by law.
impersonate a cop.
Yeah, because that's literally illegal.
Illegal.
My point, dude, is that there is an
It's
expectation.
illegal to impersonate an
that
ICE
the
agent
cop
too.
Okay, I'm attributing this to you having a delay because your signal's kind of bad. So anyway, if you're a cop and you're in uniform and you're on duty, people have the reasonable expectation that you will identify yourself when asked. That you have to provide your badge number and your name, period. At the bare minimum, your badge, right? If you're undercover, that's a whole different story, right? But obviously nobody's gonna do an undercover thing. That doesn't work in that case, right? So ICE agents are not subject to those rules. Also, ICE agents don't have body cams. So my point is, there have already been people who have been, let's see, hold on, what is this?
Yeah.
Yeah, multiple men have impersonated ICE agents to kidnap and assault women. Florida woman poses as ICE agent to kidnap wife of ex-boyfriend from work, authorities say. USC's spate of arrests of civilians impersonating ICE officers. So my point is that if you wanted to bring it back, because to bring it back to what we were originally talking about, Barack
Yeah.
Obama deported more people than Donald Trump did, and he didn't even have to pull this bullshit with ICE. So that tells me that
Okay,
Donald
so-
that Donald Trump is
Sure.
apparently not as effective and efficient as Barack Obama as it pertains to enforcing immigration, right?
Yeah, sure. The issue is
Then-
you're not talking about how. Yeah, the issue is you're not talking about how. You're just talking about the method of it being unethical. You're not talking about how the end result is still the same. Well, you're just
The ends
deporting them,
justify
and
the means?
leaving
Is
them
that
off
your
to fend
argument?
for themselves.
Are you
The end result is the
now
same,
trying
though.
you're trying to retreat to the ends justify the means?
No, I'm saying okay. Even if I concede that Trump's method, which I do concede, Trump's method might have been more violent or is more violent and unethical than Obama's. The end result is still the same. They're still both deporting people, leaving them
Okay.
off to fend for themselves. Who knows what's
Again,
going to happen after they get off?
Do you know
boat or
what the
plane.
phrase ends justify the means means? Do you understand what that means?
Go ahead.
Here, I'm going to rephrase the ends justify the means. The
ahead.
result justifies the action to get to the result.
Exactly, but the result is still the same in both situations, right?
No shit. No shit. My point
So then why?
is
Who
that
cares
if
about
you
the method of the approach? Who cares? It's just the method of the approach. One could be more
okay,
unethical.
so
One could be
you
worse.
literally
But
are arguing ends justify the means. So I mean, at that
can you repeat
point, to let's use that logic because it's dumb logic, and I mean, the road to hell has been paved with that logic. But let's go ahead and just take reductio ad absurdum.
why
Logic.
is that pissing you off?
Let's take it out to the extreme so you understand how silly it is to do ends justify the means. Let's say that I don't know, there's 1 million people in America that have cancer. Okay? Let's just say, for the sake of argument, 1 million people right now have cancer. And we want to make that 0, right? Now, in one case, or in one hypothetical situation, we make it 0 by curing cancer. In the other situation, we make it 0 by executing 1 million people with cancer. At the end, 0 cancer. You're telling me both of those are the same?
No, because
No,
you're
that's
killing
literally what
somebody.
you're saying.
There's no people left to treat. There's no people left.
Yeah,
Your
the
situation.
end result is the
That's
same.
Oh my god.
No, it's not a terrible argument. It's you.
A
It's your logic.
better analogy to your argument would be two people have infectious cancer disease, and one goes to this doctor and another goes to this doctor to get a treatment. They're still going to a doctor. They're just going to different doctors, different methods of
No.
finding a treatment.
No,
That's a better analogy. to
That's
my
not a better.
situation.
That doesn't even. No, it's not.
Or
Not
one
at
goes
all
to a
an
cheaper
analogy.
doctor
How
because
is
he has
that
worse
analogous in any
healthcare.
way? Okay, yeah. The pause there makes it abundantly clear that you don't even
What'd you
know
say?
how it is analogous because it's not analogous.
It is.
Tell me how.
Because the end result is the same.
What's the end result?
People are getting deported.
No. What's the end result in your analogy?
They're both seeking help for the treatment, or they're both getting treatment. One is going
Okay.
to one doctor, another is going to a different approaches, same treatment.
It's not different approaches, right?
Different doctors,
They're
same
both going
treatment.
to the
man.
doctor. That's not
However
different
you-
approaches.
Okay,
Like
one
again,
goes to
your
the
analogy
hospital
is
and one
bad.
goes
Your
to the
analogy's
doctor.
bad, dude. I'm just gonna. I'm
Okay,
letting you know your
sure.
analogy's bad.
Sure, you just want to spend 30 minutes talking about an analogy.
No,
Right.
I want to spend time talking about politics. I'm just saying you suck at arguing it. But to the point, you're telling me that Donald Trump is somehow worthy of praise because he is going about
Jesus Trump.
deporting people at a lesser rate than Barack Obama and Joe Biden, by the way.
No,
But
no, actually, all
the
right,
way
let
that
me
he's
let me
going
just make
about
this
it, you
simple.
yourself have said that the way he goes about
Yeah.
it is quote unquote not great, and you don't necessarily like it. Something tells me that you do. But
Yeah, but the end result's still the same. But you don't want to talk about that.
the end result is still what is the end result?
That people are still getting deported. Same thing as Obama. Trump is just doing it more inhumanely. That's your whole argument. Is because he's doing it more inhumanely. You're not talking about how the fact that you're not consistent with the fact that he's deporting people is wrong across both
Okay.
Obama and Trump.
Yeah.
Are you consistent with that? That deporting people is both wrong for Trump and Obama?
Deporting people is both wrong for Obama and Trump.
Or
I don't
illegal
have an
people.
issue with deporting people. I have an issue with how you go about deporting people and who is getting deported.
So if they just stricten up ICE regulations a little bit, add body cameras and stuff, you'd be okay with it, with ICE.
Are you trying to
Essentially.
negotiate how Donald Trump is doing this shit with me? No,
I'm trying to understand
I
where you're
didn't
coming
have
from.
I was fine with the existence of ICE prior to Donald Trump. Like this iteration of ICE is the problematic piece. It's not just, oh well, if you slap body cameras on them and then you'd be fine. No, I wouldn't be fine because even when cops do have body cameras on, we still see civil liberties being violated on the daily. We still see people getting unalived on the daily by cops who have body cameras on. So clearly body cameras are not a deterrent. And because the court is deferential to cops, and because the average citizen is unfortunately deferential to cops, they have like everything is stacked in their favor, right? This is a product of a system. So My
Yeah.
point is that even with body cameras, cops are bad. Or well, I'm sorry. That cops have will continue to violate. Some cops will continue to violate civil liberties. So the only reprieve that we have, or the benefit that we have with body cameras, is we can at least bring cases against people with evidence, right? Because prior to that, it was one person's word versus a cop, or maybe a 2 or 3 people's word versus a cop. So at least with body cameras, that helps a bit. But no, if you were to just slap body cameras on ICE, would I be happy? No, the fuck no, I would not be happy. No, we don't need ICE to be this big. $150 billion fucking dollars for ICE. We're funding ICE more than whole militaries of different countries. There's like, I think that it's the third most well-funded if we were to compare countries to the ICE funding. Because number one, as far as military, would be the US in funding. Number 2 would be China. And I think number 3 would be ICE. If not number 3, number 4. So my point is, we are funding. We're just pumping money into this shit. We are hiring people who are woefully unqualified. Because there's basically no requirements. We're giving them big fat signing bonuses, right? No training.
Yeah.
And allowing them to just violate people's civil liberties. They don't have to identify themselves. There's no real check on them. I have a problem with that. I don't like police states.
So what's your alternative solution?
To not have ICE at this form of ICE, to not have police states, to not use the National Guard to clean up shit randomly and to violate state sovereignty as it pertains to immigration of all things. Like, it's dumb. Or, well, actually, no, because the National Guard is being deployed to different cities under the pretext of, oh, it's crime.
So under Kamala, would ISIS have been just completely defunded?
No. I didn't say defund ICE.
You don't think some inhumane actions would have occurred under her too?
Of course. Inhumane actions occur under every president.
So
My
what's your
point is that Donald Trump campaigned on this.
So what? It would have happened under any presidential candidate anyway.
Dude, we can't play whataboutism. It's been a year since the election. What we're doing is we're living in the here and now, and we're dealing with what's actually happening. If you want to play hypotheticals, go run a simulator or something.
Now, I want to ask you a question because I don't sit here and research these topics like you guys do all day, so I'm not too well versed in this. But so if I'm just a normal citizen, right, a normal male, I go to college, like to play sports in my free time, I just want to vote for a normal person who doesn't advocate for LGBTQ.
No.
Kamala is not that person.
You just want to vote. You just want to vote for. You just want to vote for someone who's a bigot.
Not a bigot. Someone.
Yeah,
who
you just want to vote for
expresses
someone
male
who's a
masculinity
bigot.
And,
You just want to
conservative
vote for
values.
someone who. You just want to vote for someone who doesn't like human rights.
That's not what I'm
Do
saying.
you believe
why
that?
every
Do you
time I
believe
bring
that?
this
Hey,
up-
bud. I'm going to ask you a simple question. Do you believe
Sure,
that folks
sure.
who are of that community should have equal human rights?
Not according to the Bible.
There you go.
You want to rule by the Bible?
Hello.
Did he drop?
Don't know. I didn't drop him.
Well, shit. I mean, if he wants to rule by the Bible, well, that opens up a whole new little situation. We can go down that yellow brick road. I'll take you to Oz on that one. Let's go.
I mean, what the fuck? I didn't drop him. Also, nobody dropped. He didn't get dropped. I'm confused as to what just happened there.
We deported him. Nah. No.
It did not. That did not happen. Guys, listen. I don't have anyone else. I mean, maybe you might have thought that I did that, or Nemo, I did that like on purpose. I don't have anyone else to. We don't have anyone else to talk to. I actually would have continued the conversation with this guy. So I mean, I didn't like him. I thought that was pretty fucking dumb, and what he had to say was shitty. But at least would have talked to him for another minute. Because, yeah.
Yeah. Zero said he did the same on Pickles Live earlier. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah. Dude probably just ran. I mean, he sucks at arguing. Like, he really sucks at it. He really wasn't putting two and two together on the whole ends justify the means thing. But it's like the same outcome, though. It's the same result. So, yeah. Like, yeah, it's the same. It's equal, though. No, if you execute people with cancer, no, because that's not. No, that's not the same. No.
No, he's not the same guy who said that chat was mean last night.
Oh, nah. No, that dude had a much whinier voice.
That was amazing, by the way. I gotta say that I loved that. That was delightful. I saw you guys saying that I was ready to dump him if necessary, but that's over here. Like I would have to go over here to do that. And I was not over here. So I was here. I don't know. But anyways, but I was ready to, but guys, I was just really just waiting for another op. Like I said, I mean, I'll give them some leash if they, as long as they don't slur here, I'm at least willing to, talk for a second. But, anyways, yeah, I know. And also everyone was messaging me, telling me that he was getting absolutely dog walked by everybody. So maybe he's just tired. Maybe he's just like, I'm done for the night. So.
Yeah.
Anyways, guys, if you voted Donald Trump, it's time to hop in the box and have a conversation. Let's have a chat. Drop a follow in the main and the backup. This is Nemo's number 2 account. Make sure you're following his main. So click through, guys. Let's get these numbers up, especially with the gifting would be appreciated, and then also if you want to support, links in the bios. We appreciate you. Mateo, hi. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah. I spoke to you a few days ago.
Okay. How old are you and what state did you vote?
49, Texas.
Okay.
So earlier we were talking about Trump pardoning that Binance guy, that Zhao dude or whatever. You remember that conversation?
Maybe, vaguely.
So you were saying something about how, well, you were actually pretty specific last time we talked about it, saying how he was facilitating this and child, SA this, and remember all that stuff you were saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I was trying to make sense of what you were getting at, and I didn't get it at the time. So I looked into it, and I found out that, yes, this dude was the CEO of this crypto exchange that people were doing all these different transactions for.
Mm-hmm.
Binance, yeah.
Yeah, Binance. Yeah.
So I guess the issue that I have is that I'm struggling to understand how you felt it was such a shameful act for Trump to pardon this guy, that all these terrible things were going on under his leadership, or however you wanted to say it. So help me understand what your moral dilemma with that was again.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you're right. I guess, I guess you're right. It's probably just, it's probably not that big of a deal. But I mean, I guess nowadays, since we're just paying for pardons.
No, you were.
What's that? Since we're paying for pardons now, if you want to talk about why it's a big deal, not only is the guy a piece of shit and he should have gone to jail for what he did, and he facilitated all of those things, which I was 100% correct about. Not only that, he's somebody who actually helped support the Trump coin. and the whole crypto thing that he's doing. So now you've got somebody who literally gave Donald Trump money and who did a bunch of shitty things, and what did he get out of it? Oh, he got a pardon. He got a pardon, and he got out of jail. So do you know what a quid pro quo is?
So what we're getting?
Do you know what a quid pro quo is? Do you know so can you define for all 800 people in here, what is a quid pro quo? It's Latin, right? So what is it?
Yeah, if I go down this path, then let's do an equal exchange here. So
there's no equal exchange. I'm asking you a question, sir. No, I know. Listen, I know you don't like this, but what we're not going to do is we're not going to. Hey, bud.
You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. I'll play your little game.
Very good. There you go. Very good. So that means, what did Donald Trump do for the guy who helped Eric and Don Jr. get the company crypto thing going? What did he do? He pardoned him, right? And that's why Dozy Don said, I don't know who this guy is, because he probably didn't know who he was, which is probably even more shameful than just pardoning somebody who is that much of a criminal. It's even more corrupt, because now we've got a president whose sons and their illegal business dealings are now boiling over into the White House. Boy, that's fucking corrupt as fuck, isn't it? And that's just one thing that we're talking about. I'm really glad that you brought this back up, Mateo, because this is really great that we're talking about this again.
I wish we were talking, but it's more like just listening over here. So I'm trying to understand what it is.
I'm so sorry. What is it? You're trying to understand what it is you should be upset about, when I just explained to you that the president of the United States pardoned someone who laundered $4 billion and all of the crimes associated with it because his sons were involved in a crypto business with him, and it links directly to the pardon. But you want to know, why should we be upset about that?
Well, if I have a chance to speak, that'd be great.
Oh, please do.
Your analogy of all the terrible things this guy done is the same as if I went to my massage parlor and I got me an extra special happy ending, and then I turned around and said, well, I took my money out of Chase Bank, and the Chase executive, he's responsible for that. That's about the relevance of your argument with how terrible this guy is.
No, it's actually not. No, it's actually not. No, it's actually not. No, actually. Hey, Mateo, let me help you out here. Mateo, let me help you out here. Do you own a business that has an ATM in it? Yes or no? Or have you ever owned a business that has an ATM in it? Just yes or no?
You were invited to unmute.
Just unmute. I just need a yes or no. This will really help you out. Just have to unmute your microphone.
Jesus Christ.
Dude, we invited you to unmute, or you can just hit the little button with the slash through it. It looks like a little microphone with a slash through it. You can just tap that. It's at the bottom of your screen.
Sorry about that.
Okay.
Not familiar with this.
It's okay. So, have you ever owned a business
No.
Okay, great. I actually do. I do right now. I have for 7 years. When you own a business that has an ATM inside of it, do you know the paperwork that you have to sign with your state and federal government? Do you know what you have to sign? You have to sign a bunch of disclosures about anti-money laundering. Do you know why you have to do that? Because you're stating that you, as the business owner, are taking responsibility that if any money laundering is happening through your business, you're responsible for it. And whatever happens through your business, you are fucking responsible for it. You are literally signing that you're responsible. And that's just for having an ATM in your business that we keep a couple $1,000s in. So if I have to sign that and I have to be responsible for potential money laundering happening in my establishment, which I am then religious about making sure that the exact amount of dollar bills go in and that it matches up with the exact amount of dollar bills that came out and then that hits the bank account later on in the week after the week is over. If I have to do that and I have to be responsible for my own business, guess what? So does he. So
You're
does
talking
he.
about
So your analogy,
accounting.
so your
So you're talking about
analogy,
accounting.
your
Accounting.
analogy, sir, your
Congratulations.
analogy, sir, makes
You know-
absolute, sir, your analogy makes absolutely no fucking sense
makes-
because
it
what
makes
you're
perfect
trying
sense.
to, no, sir,
It makes
because the
perfect
money
sense.
laundering happened within his company. He didn't take money out of another company. That's not what's happening. The money laundering is happening there.
On his exchange, yeah. There's people that are transferring crypto and all that shit.
No,
that isn't
no, not
government
on his. No,
regulated,
no,
first
no,
off.
not on his exchange. Within Binance, the money laundering was happening.
I don't know about.
Oh,
all
you
that.
don't
I think
understand
you're-
how it
no,
happened?
I think
You don't
you're exaggerating
understand?
that part.
Oh.
Exaggerating. Yeah.
Oh, you don't. He doesn't understand how it happened.
So
I do understand.
Do you have any like rebuttal? Because I mean, it sounds like you're just going off vibes at that point.
I'm not going off vibes. I'm saying that this
then
man was
rebut
not. This man was not charged with money laundering. It was the unethical things that were supposedly happening within his currency exchange. Which, again,
Wait,
I'm just
no. Hold on. Wasn't he convicted of money laundering?
Yes.
No, he
that's
wasn't.
literally
Wire fraud?
That's literally what he was charged with.
I mean, if that was the case, then
He was. Yeah.
I don't believe. I think you're
He
just saying that. If
violated.
you wanna look
He
it up, that'd be
violated.
great,
Yes,
but I don't
he
think so.
violated the Bank Secrecy Act.
Which is what?
Failure to. That's holy shit, dude. That is part of money laundering, as well as failure to register as a money transmitting business. That's part of money laundering, and the International Emergency Economic Powers Act.
You're
He
saying
also
didn't even
pled
register
guilty to
his business?
failing to maintain an effective anti-money laundering program in violation of the BSA.
Right.
He
So
literally
okay.
pled guilty to exactly what we are saying. Holy shit.
No, hold on. What you were saying is he's a terrible person because he authorized all these essays and he.
No,
was
I
a
didn't.
child
I
this.
never
Yeah, you
said
did.
that
You
he
said that last
authorized.
week.
Dude, you're
No, you
literally.
didn't say
Okay, dude.
authorized.
All right,
You didn't
dude.
say- okay, you didn't
All
say
right,
author-
I'm going to shut you up again. I never said he authorized anything. Now you're just shitty at listening and you don't understand what I'm saying. Allow me to say it again. Money was laundered through his company on his watch that went to those things. I didn't say he authorized it. I said that it's his business that they're laundering money through, and he failed to prevent it. That's why he was federally indicted. That's why he went to prison. It's because he was responsible, and he didn't put the safeguards in place to stop it from happening. And then, because he didn't do that, that money got used for all of the things that I told you it was used for. It's actually really fucking simple if you looked it up, and I don't know what the fuck you looked up, but you could go right here to the U.S. Department of fucking Justice and read the charges and exactly the case and exactly what I just told you. You can read it yourself. Binance and CEO plead guilty to federal charges in $4 billion resolution. Go read it. It's from Tuesday, November 21st, 2023. Okay? So go do that, and then we could have a coherent conversation about this instead of, like what Nemo said, just like running off vibes, bro.
No, I'm not going on vibes. What I'm saying is I don't think it's cool that you sit up here and you want to denounce all these people for all being responsible for all these terrible things. And all this guy did was some shit happened under his watch. He's the freaking CEO. He's not watching these
If
daily
something happens under your watch, are you
transactions.
responsible for it?
I mean, let's be honest.
I'll take that as a yes. Okay.
Look, you could take it as what you want. You have to apply some common sense here, okay?
Common sense. That's
right.
The
If
thing
you've got
that you always
millions of
retreat to whenever you don't have
transactions,
an argument.
if you've got millions of transactions happening,
Millions
with
of
your company,
transactions, yes, and
Okay.
a way to prevent. A way to prevent transactions that are illegal and
How do
behavior.
you know that? Are you kidding me? It's crypto. How do you know what's legal and illegal? And this guy talking about I own ATMs. He's acting
How
like
do
these
you
people
know what's
send money
legal
back and
and
forth.
illegal? Is it legal to launder money?
Oh, okay, because you know what transactions are actually laundering money and which ones are
ask
not.
me. Or no. Answer the question. Is it
Don't ask me a
legal?
stupid question, okay?
Answer the question. Is it legal to launder money?
Yes. How about yes?
It's legal to launder money?
Come on, then don't treat me like a child up here. Of course it's not.
Well, then stop acting like one.
Don't know. You guys are being ridiculous talking about
No,
the
we're not
CEO,
being ridiculous. We're picking apart your
CEO
argument.
Okay. The CEO is responsible for every transaction that happens under his watch. You guys are ridiculous talking about
So,
that.
Mateo, do you know the reason why that argument holds water?
Which one?
The CEO is in some way responsible for the transactions that occur on their platform. Do you know why?
I mean, you could draw a vague line to, under his watch, you could put everything on him, but it's just not applying common sense. That's all.
Okay, no. So whenever you handle money transfers, which obviously a crypto exchange is a way of doing that, there are certain laws that you have to abide by. So know your customer laws, and anti-money laundering laws, and also you have to honestly report suspicious transactions. There are these things called SARs, suspicious activity reports. Chase Bank also got popped for this.
Did the CEO go to jail?
He actually, I think he ended up paying some gigantic fines. It was either him or Chase Bank itself.
No, he's probably a terrible person too then.
Jamie Dimon, I mean, he is kind of a dickweed.
I was being facetious.
But there's a reason why
I know you didn't know who Jamie Dimon was.
But there's a reason why. I just want to clarify something in addition to what Nemo is saying. There's a reason why it's possible that he wouldn't go to jail and would only have to pay fines. And that's because if they report those, but they're ASL and BSA compliant, and they're showing that they are actively doing those things, then they can point to it and their lawyers can say, well, we were actively trying to be ASL and BSA compliant, but some things fell through. And then the government would say, okay, you fucked up. We're giving you a massive fine, but you were trying to be compliant. Now you have to do a better job or whatever it may be. These guys were literally just being completely non-compliant with the law. That's why it was such a major problem, is because there were $4 billion in transactions that they were being completely non-compliant on. That's why it was an issue.
Pay a fine as well?
I don't know if he was given a
Binance
fine.
did.
Yeah, Binance for sure did. I don't know about Zhao.
All right, I just,
it was a financial. It was a financial. Okay, so Binance had to forfeit $2.5 billion, pay a criminal fine of 1.8. A criminal fine. Yeah, $1.8 billion for a total financial penalty of $4.3 billion. Binance has also agreed to retain an independent compliance monitor for 3 years to remediate and enhance the anti-money laundering and sanctions compliance programs. Binance has separately also reached agreements with the CFTC, FinCEN, and OFAC, and the department will credit approximately $1.8 billion towards those resolutions. So, yeah.
So sounds like every other, corrupt CEO out there just pays a fine, slap on the wrist, and moves on.
It really amazes me that you think that somehow this is okay, especially when it's in conjunction with the president's own business and it's a tit for tat to get a pardon when he did something super terrible and did something so awful, and you want to defend it and you want to nitpick on this one little thing. We haven't even gotten to all of the other terrible pardons that Donald Trump has done, or the fact that Donald Trump himself is a criminal. Like, we're literally just on number one. Like, we're just on number one, right? I mean,
I think you're making a reach saying that, yes, Trump is involved with crypto, but that doesn't mean that he was working hand in hand with this guy to.
Literally, Binance worked. They literally worked hand in hand with them. That's literally what happened. Yes.
Come on. Okay, so you're telling me. So this.
Yes.
That's how Trump coin came about.
Here goes your argument right away. Is that you want to say you worked hand in hand with this guy, but you also want to say Trump didn't even know him and how ignorant he's pardoning someone he didn't even know. So explain that one to me.
No, Trump claims that he didn't know.
He claims that he didn't know him.
He was asked about Zhao. He said,
"Hold on, no.
I don't know this Zhao guy. I heard
Creator
he got convicted.
Creator dude.
I don't even know him.
Yeah.
I pardoned him though. I don't know him though.
Right.
But,
so,
I
like
know
I
him.
said, creator
So,
dude here was
Yeah,
saying
when
a
I
little
said-
while
we have
ago
to
Yeah.
take Donald
that
Trump
he
at his
doesn't even
word.
know
Yeah.
who he is.
Hey,
Now he's
Mateo.
working
Hey,
hand in hand with
Mateo.
it.
What I said was it would be even worse if he did. You're not really good at listening to what I'm saying. So
No,
allow me.
you're good at lying, is what you're good at.
Cool. Well,
buddy.
you can go to YouTube and you can watch the entire replay, which is posted up. It's Politics with Matt. Go watch the YouTube. Go watch the YouTube replay because I know exactly what I said. I said it would be even worse that Donald Trump said that he didn't know him, because that would mean that he's so demented that he doesn't even know who he's doing business
Nah, bro.
with.
I'm gonna come
That's
back with
when I
receipts,
said,
man. If you
go
gotta
for it,
post it, I'll
Mateo.
come
You mean
back
just
with
how you
receipts,
came
buddy.
back with receipts because you researched this and you didn't even know a fucking thing about it?
Oh, I just had to research what you were talking about, how this guy was involved directly with essaying.
I
all that other
literally
crap you put
never
out
said
there.
any of
Like
those
I
things,
said, I'll
and
go
you
get those
didn't
receipts,
understand.
too.
Okay, Mateo, I'm just going to. I never said any of those things. I never at any point in time said that this CEO was directly involved with those things. I very specifically laid out that his company was involved with money laundering that was involved with those things. That's what I said. I never claimed anything else. I never said that the CEO was directly involved with those things. You've said that now. You seem to have misunderstood me. I'm so sorry that you didn't understand what I
I'll
said.
go get those receipts if you got it out there. Like I said,
Go
he
for
just
it,
got
bud.
you on record. Just got
Go
you on
for
record
it.
talking about.
Go for it,
works
bud.
hand in hand.
Go
but then
for it,
doesn't
bud.
know
And
who
now,
he is.
now, why don't you tell us about how? Great. Now that we've established that, why don't you explain to us why Liberty Financial was partnered with Binance? Explain.
I don't know who Liberty Finance is.
What do you mean you don't know who Liberty Finance is? You want to come and talk to us about this and say that they didn't have a business partnership and you don't even know who fucking Liberty Finance is? Holy
Who
shit,
they
dude.
didn't have a partner. Hold on, you're saying that he worked hand in hand with this guy. But again, my argument is you claim that Trump didn't know who he was. That was your whole
I
freaking point of
didn't
talking about him
claim
last
that
week.
he didn't. Holy shit, dude.
You made fun of the fact that Trump was pardoning someone he didn't know. You went
We're
off
making
about
fun
it.
of the fact that Donald Trump, when asked, why did you pardon this guy, said,
You don't know what he
I
said.
don't, dude, wow,
You don't
you
know
can't
what he
even
said.
keep your mouth shut long enough to hear the point.
Well, you don't need to defend your boyfriend. I know what he said.
We have a wonderful relationship. Thank you very much. Now I understand you're sitting there picturing us, longingly stroking each other's beards in front of the fire, but that's your problem. Like, I'm sorry. We're not into poly, but whatever.
No, thank you, Mateo.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like that profile picture is not you. So anyway, Mateo.
So here's another thing I want to.
Here's another thing. No, we're staying on the same thing. The
Okay, fine.
point is that when Donald Trump was asked, why did you pardon Zhao? He said, I didn't even know him. He said that.
Right.
But we know that he knows Zhao because of how Trump coin came about. Because of how Zhao gave him a fuck ton of money.
Yeah. Sorry you're not following along, but I'm saying that Matt said that he didn't know him last week. That was his conviction. So
Jesus
Oh
Christ.
my God, dude.
That's
he just
not
doesn't.
what he said.
That's not what I said.
I know you
this
were
is
there,
you
right?
like just
You were there,
not
right?
understanding
You were there, right?
something,
You
dude.
were
Like
there,
this is
right?
you either not understanding something that was just laid out for you, or this is
Hey,
you
I'll tell you what, we can
actually
move on.
understanding it, but tripling down because you can't accept the fact that you just misheard something.
Oh, okay. I misheard it now. Like I said, if it's out there, I'll go get the receipts and then I'll be.
No, you won't
curious to
get
see
the
what you
receipts.
two.
No,
Oh,
dude. Like
I won't?
I
It's
promise
not
you're
out
not going to
there?
get the receipts
It's
because you're
it's
going to
not out
forget about
there?
this whenever you disconnect because you're just going to sit there and watch these little stupid compilations that you watch or listen to whatever
No, I
podcast
won't.
you listen to of
He's
bros
saying if he
being like,
recorded.
women be shopping, right?
Did-
Why the
did he-
fuck should they have voting rights?
Did
Like,
he
that's
record
what
the
you're going to listen
podcast
to.
or not?
I'm
Did
sorry.
he-
Like, you like PBR? You like...
Did he
what was
record it or not?
I'm sorry. What was the dude? What's his face? The guy that that edited a debate with you, Matt. What was that fucker's name? The pickle jar guy.
Oh, Andrew Wilson.
That jackass. Like you like listening to people like that.
Andrew Wilson,
It makes
yeah, that
perfect
guy.
sense. I mean, your standard that's bro podcast shit. Okay, you want to listen to Rogan, sit there and just nod along, be like, "Wow, this is pretty fucking crazy," while listening to some dumbass just confidently explain
Hey,
something to him that
typical,
dumbass knows fuck all about.
Typical Democrat. Just tear people
Typical
down.
Democrat?
Don't
Fuck
let-
off.
That's
I'm a
right.
socialist.
Oh, okay. How
Okay.
proud you must be.
Anyways, Mateo, listen, I get it. You don't like the fact that you don't. I know you want to pivot away from Liberty Financial. So anyways, do you know who Liberty Financial is? I know it's tough. It's tough when we actually stay on topic. Do you know who Liberty Financial is?
It's just you just drive your own narrative here based on little.
Oh, okay,
tidbits
so
of
you don't know who
information
Liberty
you have.
Financial is, and you want to pivot away from it again because you're
For
going to
the
be shown to
second
be.
time,
You don't
For the
know?
second time, I'll say no since you're not
Awesome,
paying attention.
fantastic.
Go ahead.
It's Donald Trump's company with his sons Eric and Don Jr. who has a
Isn't that Truth
partnership.
Social?
Who has a
No.
no?
Okay.
He. I'm gonna let you in on a little secret here, bud. Donald Trump has more than one company. Anyways, this is Donald Trump's crypto company, Liberty Financial, that launched the Trump coin. He did this with his sons. They had to partner with a cryptocurrency firm to do so. Do you want to know who they partnered with?
Sam Bankman-Fried.
Binance.
Okay.
Who's the CEO of Binance? Who was the CEO of Binance?
I guess that Zhao guy. from
Yeah,
whatever-
that's right. You guess, or he was. So the company that made Donald Trump and his family $3 billion.
He was, I suppose.
So the company that made Donald Trump and his family $3 billion. Do you think that maybe there was a financial incentive for him to potentially pardon that guy? Or not? Is that just nothing to see here? Just a coincidence, you crazy liberals doing it again?
Yeah, I can't.
What is it, Mateo?
Why you gotta be such a dick, man?
Why
can't you
do
just
I
talk
have
like
to
a
be
normal
such a
person?
dick? Because you're
Yeah,
such
don't
a
be dick, dude.
because you're such a dick. Because you're such a dick. You came up here acting like you knew what the fuck you were talking about, and you didn't. You're taking what I've said, everything I've said, out of context to try and make yourself be in a better position. You're not. I never said in our previous conversation that the CEO of Binance was directly involved in these things. I never said those things, but you came back in saying it. You misunderstood what I said, okay? So I never said those things. And again, when I was referring earlier to Donald Trump not knowing the guy, I said, boy, that would make it even worse. I said, because it would mean X, Y, and Z. That's what I said. I didn't say this is a definitive and it means this. I said it would be worse because it would mean blah, blah, blah. I was being like, wow, this would also be bad if this was true. I didn't mean I believe this for sure. What I believe is that Liberty Financial, Donald Trump and the Trump family's fucking crypto company that partnered with Binance, knew exactly what the fuck they were doing because they made $3 billion fucking dollars, and then they turned around a little less than a year later and pardoned the former CEO of the fucking company.
Man, you got to keep those veins in your forehead, bro. Getting a little chubby over there.
Look at those fucking veins.
Why don't you put your camera? Why don't you put your camera on, Mateo? Put your camera on. Let's go.
I love how the blood just runs through those veins.
I
on
know
your
you do,
forehead,
but
man.
I'm with you.
I'm thinking
bro.
about kissing that forehead lovingly
I love you
in
too.
front of that fire I mentioned before.
I love you too. Bro. I know. We'll talk later. I don't know.
Anything else, Mateo?
Hey, you going to put your camera on, Mateo, or are you going to be a little bitch?
Notices bulge, ooh woo.
You going to put your camera on? I've invited you to put your camera on. There's close to 950 people in here. We're all waiting for you to put your camera on and show your face. If you're going to get personal with the attacks now. I mean, I get it. I made you look like a total fucking fool. I'd be upset too. I don't know. You don't seem to be putting your camera on.
Okay, you guys muted me for the last time, so.
Oh, are you
peace
going to run
out.
away now like a little
Later.
bitch and not put your camera
I
on?
keep- I keep
Bye-bye.
getting muted.
Bye-bye. Go
I'm
away.
over here
Yeah, I know
speaking.
you're too dumb for this conversation anyways. Go away, Mateo. Run. Run away.
Good.
Run away.
All right.
No, run. Bye-bye.
I ain't going
Bye-bye.
nowhere. You hang
Be
on
a
to
good
me,
boy.
you little bitch.
No, be a good
Hang
boy.
on. Come on.
Be
No,
a
I
good
ain't going
boy. Run
nowhere.
away. There you go. Atta boy. Good boy.
We don't care, dude. This isn't like the customer is always right. Like, I get it. You harass people that make minimum wage and are woefully underpaid at different service jobs. We get it. You have little Karen moments at your local Walmart. We get it. You like to harass people, and you insist that, well, I'm gonna leave. I just want to spend money. Oh, okay, I got a coupon. Okay, well, no. Now I want to stay. No, fuck off, dude. Like, just fuck off.
Mateo's upset that he didn't get his bottomless breadsticks at the Olive Garden, okay? He's upset about that. And rightfully so, Mateo. All right? Listen. Understand. But just don't take it out on your server, okay? We know that you're that kind of guy, but just don't take it on your server.
Enough people have asked, so
Fucking fantastic. We might need Nemo. We might need like a nightly goal to reach to get Mom Donnie music. I think that might be.
That's a good idea.
That's what we should do. Yeah, I think we might need to. We might need to extort you people a little bit. I think.
I'll play it again if we receive capitalism and or we hit 300,000 likes.
All right, there you go. There you go. Let the games begin. Dunn, you don't seem to be connecting. You're welcome to re-request us if you're a Trump supporter. We're looking for Trump supporters. If you vote for Donald Trump, please hop in the box. We've got just about 950 people in here. If you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. So let's go. Come talk to us, please, because it's been light work tonight, man. It's been light. These people. Yeah. Not impressed, you guys. Not impressed at all. Let's see here. By the way, Nemo, have you seen that? The Truth Social AI has been proving MAGA wrong.
Really?
I'll find you a video. I watched a video on it earlier. A couple of people have reminded me about it. Let's see if I think I can find a video. One sec. This is gold. Like, this is it was Oslo. That's right, Oslo. Dude. Actually, well, we got somebody in the box, so we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it after. Let's see. Trump fan. Hi, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. How old are you, and what state did you vote in?
20 years old, New York.
Okay. Do you want to talk about one of the subjects above, or something else that Donald Trump is doing right now?
Well, I can talk about the two reasons why I voted for him. I would say
we're actually not. Sorry, Jeff, don't mean to interrupt you. We actually don't do like why we voted for Trump or anything like that, or like that. The election was a year ago, so we're just doing current events or anything that Donald Trump is doing since he became president.
Well, I live in the city, so we can do the new mayor. Is
cool.
that one of your topics?
Yeah,
or?
it's the bottom one right here. Good pick. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I just don't think that if you look at government-run grocery stores, the military does this. It doesn't turn any profit. If you look at free buses, the MTA already has a $700 billion budget. You're just going to double that. I don't really see the plan for that, and I don't really see a plan that's going to stop mass exodus, as we live in the corporate world where it's easy to move headquarters. Everyone's working hybrid. And then I just think that freezing the rent, how are you going to prevent these landlords from just de-investing the maintenance? You know, like how are these problems going to be solved? I just think this causes more problems than answers.
Okay. So, well, let's start top down. Bring up some interesting points. So, how do you feel about feel about Mamdani's? You say, how are we going to pay for things? So, let's start with that. How do you feel about Mamdani's proposal to tax millionaires?
Sorry, my stuff is really laggy right now. Give me 1 second. I'm going to go to an area with better Wi-Fi.
Okay, that's fine. No worries. Guys, while we wait for Fan over here to come back, just friendly reminder, please keep liking that screen. Make sure you're following Nemo over here. This is backup. And then all of his main account and then his many other backup accounts. You're following my main and my backup account over here as well. Also...
I think it should be good now.
Better?
Yeah, it's good now. I would say that I think, the theory of it is good, but then, New York raised taxes in 2022, and I think the next year later they lost revenue because people just left the city.
Well, so actually the census numbers tell a different story. So people have actually been coming back to the city. Population has grown both in 2023 and 2024. And also the tax thing that you're talking about is not at all the same thing as Mamdani's plan. Mamdani's plan is just a millionaire's tax where it's going to be a 2% on anyone who makes $1 million a year or more, right? So that's it's a very different thing.
Yeah, but I think it's going to have the same consequences. People are just going to leave. Corporations aren't going to hire.
Well, no, hold on, time out. We're talking right now. We're just talking about the millionaires, right? We haven't even gotten to the corporate part of it. We're just talking about millionaires. So you think that like millionaires are going to leave the city?
Absolutely. I don't think that's that unreasonable to say.
Okay, cool. Well, I live in Massachusetts. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, just let you know, I live in Mass. Here in Massachusetts, we instituted a 4% millionaires tax. We voted on it in 2022. It started January 1st of 2023. Do you know what happened since then?
No, I don't.
So in the last 2.5 years, we've raised about $6 billion in additional tax revenue. And by the way, our tax base and the amount of people here considerably smaller than New York City, by the way. So this is not quite not a numbers to numbers comparison, but you'll get the point. We raised $6 billion in additional tax revenue. And in those 2 years, when this started, we had 440,000 millionaires in the state of Massachusetts. Do you know how many we have now?
How many?
610,000.
Well, again, I would
so basically, we did a 4% millionaires tax, and he's only talking about it doing a 2% millionaires tax. We raised $6 billion in additional tax revenue, and not only did we not lose millionaires, we gained about 150,000 of them.
All right. I would just say that, those are different industries, though. I'm not really familiar with Massachusetts.
No. It's not about industries. We're not talking about anything at all. This isn't about corporations or industries. This is just about taxing people who make over $1 million a year. And if you're going to tell me that somehow people who live in the two major cities on the East Coast, Boston and New York, are all that different and that's wildly crazy and this is literally the easiest comparison that you could make. This is the exact same thing. He literally wants to do the same thing that we did here very successfully.
Again, I do think it's different industries. I know you're going to say Boston, New York.
No, it's not different industries. It has nothing to do with industry. This is personal. No, it's not.
No, but who are these millionaires work for? They work for J.P. Morgan. They work for stock companies. They can easily get up and leave. I mean, nothing's going to prevent these people to get up and leave.
Cool. Then why didn't they get up and leave Massachusetts? Why didn't they get up and leave Boston?
Because Massachusetts, a lot of the millionaires from Massachusetts, it's probably not finance.
Oh, really? Boston isn't a center for finance? Hey, wait a second.
For insurance.
What's that?
More for insurance, more for property. I wouldn't say that Massachusetts is nowhere near the financial capital compared to New York.
You literally don't know what you're talking about when it comes to Boston. You are a fucking moron. There are a couple of major finance companies here. That's fucking stupid, number one. And number two, it's also the center of that for a reason. It's because we also have one of the largest biotech centers, if not the largest biotech center in the entire country, located in Cambridge, which is one of the other reasons why we have so many large finance companies. Dude, you really don't know what you're talking about when it comes to Boston.
Yeah,
the amount of stop. The amount of money that we have here, even though it doesn't match you because we don't match your population, is still comparable in its ratio. I am simply pointing out to you that when you tax millionaires at a higher rate, they're not leaving. This doesn't impact them in that way. People who like living in New York City aren't going to stop living in New York City because they have to pay a 2% surtax. That's not going to happen.
First of all, healthcare, bioengineering, that's an in-person job. That's not the same.
It's not healthcare. I said biotech. You literally don't know what you're talking about.
Healthcare and bioengineering. Can you let me talk?
No, because you don't know what you're fucking talking about. I'm talking about biotech. Healthcare and bioengineering aren't what I'm talking about. I'm talking about biotech.
That's an in-person job.
No, you literally don't know. Dude, kid, shut the fuck up. You don't know what you're talking about.
It's an in-person job. It's
kid. What is biotech? Explain it to everybody, to 950 people. Explain what the biotech industry does.
Biology, technology. I assume that deals with human parts, human health, everything that biology deals with.
That's literally the most vague answer that you could possibly give, and no, wrong. Try again. There's something specific about what these people do in Cambridge.
I don't know exactly what they do in Cambridge.
I know you don't, and you're literally just spewing out bullshit assumptions. So stop talking, kiddo. Stop talking like you know what you're, like pretending like you know what you're talking about. You don't. I have literally now just given you pure facts that if you raise the surtax, and by the way, Massachusetts isn't the only place that's done this. They've done this in Colorado as well, also similarly successful, where they've raised more tax revenue and millionaires haven't left the state. It has nothing to do with, it's an in-person job, no, it has nothing to do with that, okay? What it has to do with is that people who want to live somewhere will live that somewhere, and a 2% surtax will not deter them if they're making over $1 million a year. That doesn't fucking matter to them. That's literally what we've proved here. Because in 2 years, we haven't lost millionaires. We've gained 150,000 of them.
Again,
that's what's happened. So I'm sorry that you don't like that, and it pokes a huge fucking hole in your narrative. But unfortunately for you, facts don't fucking care about your feelings. So now that we have the facts, you're going to have to accept those facts, or you look like a moron in front of nearly 1,000 people.
I don't know why you're so hostile. You got to take a chill pill, man.
I'm sorry that, dude. I'm sorry that you don't like the truth, dude. But you know what, kiddo? You're just gonna have to. This is life, bud. This is life. Once you grow up, you'll understand. When you're a big kid, and you're an adult, and you're out in the real world, and you have like a job and a family, you'll understand this shit. So grow the fuck up.
No. I just think I want a fair chance. I want to be able to speak for more than 10 seconds. That's all I'm asking for. I would say that Massachusetts and New York are completely different people.
Yeah, we've already heard that, and you're wrong. So anyways, I know we've already heard that. Dude, you don't have to keep saying the same thing. You keep saying, I think they're different industries. They're not different industries. We're talking about personal income tax.
The people who are making income are working in different industries. It's not, Boston has, just like you said, biotech's a different industry compared to finance. It's a lot easier to work hybrid or work remote.
I literally just explained to you that we have the majority of finance here, but biotech is here, and because biotech is here, that's the reason that finance is here. You literally didn't understand what I was trying to explain. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. This is why I'm getting frustrated with you, is because you're not listening to the words that are coming out of my mouth.
Let me see. Let me search up how many people work in finance in
Dude,
Boston.
it doesn't matter how many people work in finance in Boston versus how many people work in New York. We are talking about literally how it works across the board. This tax proposal has now been shown to be successful. It can be successful in New York City too. You just don't like the fact that it's been successful and that numbers and statistics trump your feelings. You just feel that you don't like it. That's the problem here. You don't actually have... Listen. You can say whatever the fuck you want. You can be like, oh, that's different. It's this, is that. I don't fucking care. You could show me that there's no one who works in finance in Boston, which is obviously complete bullshit, but you could show me that. I still wouldn't care. What you could show me that I would care about is a situation where they did this thing and it didn't work. That would prove me wrong. But see, the problem is you can't do that. Because in the European countries where they do this, it works. And in American states where they've done this, it works. So unless you can actually prove the concept wrong, I don't fucking care.
I'll see what other states. I'll look up right now, see what other states have done this. It's not going to be enough to fund the MTA. That's not going to be enough to fund all these programs. And overall, if a few thousand people leave,
awesome. So how much? So awesome. So great. Since you've said that, great. How much exactly do they need to fund a pilot free bus program?
$700 billion.
That's not true.
That's
not true. What you just said is insane.
Billion?
That's like the budget of the MTA. That's like dude. That's like
the MTA runs at the 700.
No, wait, not that's way. That's like that's insane. That's like way more than the dude. That's not. What are you talking about? That's more than the MBTA budget for a year.
He has to be confusing million and billion.
Yeah.
Because $700 billion is the annual, used to be the annual budget of the U.S. military.
Yeah, dude. The MBTA's budget, their total budget for the year, their total budget for everything, buses, the subway, the everything, the fucking Staten Island Fair, all of it is fucking $3 billion. Total, everything.
The MTA operates at a budget around $20 billion.
No, they do not. Absolutely not. You're 100% wrong. I'm looking at their fiscal year 2026 budget on the State of New York website right now. You're 100% wrong.
2022, the operating budget is projected to be about $20 billion.
I'm looking at the 2026 operating budget, the fiscal year, right now. What are you looking at?
The MTA operating budget basics. So this has to deal with operating costs too. I don't think your thing involves operating costs. It also involves aid too. Let me go look up a better source. So I can, MTA 2025 budget. Budget.
Oh, okay. You know what it is? There was one line that wasn't including the total labor cost, I guess. So you're right. So it's $19 billion. Yeah, including labor cost, the total. 19. Yeah, so 19.3. Okay, so 19.3 billion. Okay, great. So 19.3 billion. You're right. There was a separate line. You're right. I'll admit I was wrong. It wasn't including a separate line. But still, to say that it's $700 billion, because you don't know how much it's going to cost. So when you say when you say things like he can't possibly pay for it, you have no idea. You're just spitballing. You don't know how much it's going to cost to do free buses, and you don't know what the projected revenue would be from his tax program. So how could you possibly know?
Because I thought the budget, I mixed up billion and million. I think the MTA does run on a $700 million deficit. And I think buses contribute about $2 billion to that. I'm not sure how much operating cost the bus cost.
So, okay. I found this. This is from NewYorkCity.gov. Actually, hold on. I'll just send this to you.
All right.
Okay. That's PDF. Go to page 2. It's got a pie chart.
Please, incoming.
Yeah, I would say the bus probably would cost about 800, somewhere between 700 to 800 billion dollars to operate for free.
Not billion, million.
I mean million. Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry.
So, the text is probably still like kind of hard to read, but to keep it pretty simple, like the big yellow chunk on the left side, that's dedicated taxes right now. So what that means, the way that you have to think about this, is you have to take that chunk out, right? Because those are taxes already being paid, right? So raising taxes wouldn't account, or you wouldn't have to, quote unquote, cover 20 billion because you already have taxes, right? So we're going to take out that chunk, which that's we're just going to keep the math simple, 8.5 billion. So 8.5 billion out of a $20 billion total, right?
Yeah.
And let's see, are there any other taxes?
Hold on, I'm looking.
I think that's it.
No,
Yeah, because the other ones are
toll revenue, fare box revenue, and then other funding.
Okay. So then what you need is what's the math on that? 8.20 minus 8.5 is 11.5.
Yep.
So $11.5 billion in taxes that you would need to raise to basically cover any type of like the charges that you currently do with like tolls and shit. Which if this is for buses, to be clear, if it's for just buses, then
I think
the
buses
math
make
probably
up half.
changes on that.
I think the buses probably make up half revenue, and then subway probably makes up the other half because it's easier to hop the subway than to go on the bus, because you have to pay right in front of the bus driver a lot of times on the bus.
Yeah. But I think that Matt, did you say how much the Massachusetts, what was the number on that?
In 2 years,
For the billionaire's tax.
In 2 years, we've raised about $6 billion, and that's based on we went from 440,000 millionaires up to 610,000 millionaires. So I forget what the number is in New York, but the number is
substantially higher.
$4 billion per year annually. That's the estimate.
It's $4 billion a year
for New York City. Yeah,
so even if that's the case too, we haven't even talked about the corporate taxes because that would just be on the millionaire's tax.
Yeah, I don't know how much money the corporate tax would generate. I can go search that up.
I mean, that's
shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's an insane. I mean, just those couple of percentage points literally change the entire calculus for this.
It would still be running on a deficit though. And you're not even counting that's probably one of his minor plans. What about all the housing development he's going to have to build if he freezes the rent, the affordable housing? That's going to be, especially in New York, that's going to be a lot.
You realize that they've done rent freezes in New York before, right? And it hasn't done what you're saying. You know that, right?
Not to the scale. You're rent freezing 2 million apartments.
Literally, yes. How long do you live in the city?
I do. I live in Financial District.
Okay.
I moved here 5 years ago.
Oh, okay. How old are you again?
20 years old.
Okay, you're 20. So you literally don't know that they've done this before?
Well, when did they freeze the rents? I think that when did they do that?
I'll have to check the year, but this has absolutely been done before in New York City, and they've also had rent controls. There's
we
like
have rent stabilization. I know that, but that's different than freezing the rent.
Hold on, I can tell you. They've had.
Some people are saying during C19.
Yeah, I
which
know.
that makes sense.
Yeah, they did. They did. I know they did during C19. I was going to try to say all of the different times they did it because I know that there's been a couple. Let me see here. I just want to because I want
Looks
to
like
give
the
you.
other one is 2016.
Yeah.
People keep saying.
Yeah, so the difference between Mandani's plan and the past rent freeze is that past freezes have been more limited to certain lease terms. So it's not like all 2 million apartment complexes. I don't think there's never been a rent freeze for all 2 million apartment complexes. There has been rent freezes for a certain duration of period in certain leases.
Well,
So
There was a rent freeze in 2015. There was one during COVID, but these were not 2 million tenants.
hold on.
This is
Hold on. Time out. Time out. I just want to be clear about something just before we continue this discussion. What he said was he's going to do a rent freeze for people living in rent stabilized apartments.
That's 2 million apartments.
Yeah, I know, but it's not all apartments. So what the number that you cited earlier, because the rent freezes that happened in 2015, 2016, and 2020, because I used to live in New York City, by the way. I used to live in Brooklyn. So those rent freezes were like you said, they were based on lease. They affected a lot of people. They might have even affected more people than this. So when we're talking, if this is just for rent stabilized apartments.
Let me search up how many people were affected in 2015.
I just need to point that out because you're acting it's like as if this was like for everybody in New York City. Like they're already in rent stabilized apartments.
Yeah, but then why does he have? I think that this is not going to be a 1 year thing. I think that.
How do you know that? When did he say that? What did he say about it?
Why is he building another 200,000?
When did he say that?
He never said it was for a one-term thing. He never said that it was for a one-term rent freeze due to prices. He never really gave us a timeline so far, if I remember.
People in the chat are insisting, so just very quickly, just hang on just right quick. We had 300,000 likes, so it's better because we're literally talking about Mom Donnie right now.
It's true. I mean,
it's a 4-year rent freeze.
So he would do the same thing that Bill de Blasio tried to do. Cool.
Yeah, and overall, I don't think any of this stuff's going to get passed. I think the state legislators are going to.
He wouldn't have to get that passed through state legislators. He just needs the 9 people
not
on the rent.
Tax increases. He would need to get that past state legislators. The millionaire's tax, he would have to get past state legislators.
Yeah. I know he might have to compromise on it. He might have to compromise on it a little bit, but there's already people that have said that they want to work with him. Kathy Hochul said she's not sure what they can get done, but she wants to work with him. There's a lot of people in the state legislature that are saying that they'll try to work with him. He might not be able to do everything he wants to do. Which is pretty common with a lot of politicians, but he might be able to do a bunch of stuff, or he might have to compromise on some things. But what does that matter? He's trying to make things better.
Well, I don't see it. I think that, we're already running a deficit with the MTA. I think that people need tax cuts. I think tax cuts are the way to do it. I think that you need to have deregulation. I think that he knows is that rent freeze is going to cause prices of other housing prices to go up. So you're gonna have to build 200,000 new houses
No,
in 10
that's not
years.
true. What you've just said is proven wrong by
Why
economics.
is he building
It's proven
200,000?
wrong by economics. He's building more affordable housing for people because people need more affordable housing, dude. That's why. So I mean, like, I'm like, come on. That's simple stuff.
We've seen this in Germany. What happened in Berlin when they introduced long-term rent freeze? The housing market completely collapsed. I mean, we've seen this in other cities before, and it hasn't worked. When you do rent freeze, maintenance
When did
goes
that happen
down,
in Berlin?
property
When did
in
that happen
2020
in Berlin?
2022, Berlin did it.
So you're saying that their housing market collapsed in 2022?
Yeah.
Okay. And
It's shown in other cities that when you rent freeze, the cost of other property goes up. I think the same thing's going to happen in New York City. If you remove 2 million apartments,
hang on. Berlin is different.
I would say it's a similar city. They're both the biggest in their country.
Okay, but did Berlin do it just on rent stabilized apartments, or did they do it like across the board?
I don't know. I gotta search that up for you. But I know they did it in 2022.
Okay, so cool. So and by the way, just to be clear, if something happens in Berlin, you'll automatically apply it to New York City. That's not exactly the same. But if something exactly the same happens 4 hours away from you in another comparable American state and city in the Northeast, you won't accept it.
Yeah, because I think Berlin and New
Cool.
York are more
Just
like
checking.
them.
All right, cool.
Yeah,
Just
I think
checking.
Berlin and-
Just wanted to check in on the hypocrisy there. Got it.
I think that Berlin and New York are more alike than Boston and New York.
Really?
I would absolutely agree with that. Yeah, both the biggest city in.
He's never
in the
been to Berlin.
country. Both are funny. I have been to Berlin once when I was young.
When did you go to Berlin?
When I was like 6 years old.
Oh, okay.
But
Dude, like you were 6, and I'm like, I know that you're younger than us, but like at 6 years old, like, come on, dude. Saying that you went to Berlin when you were 6 years old, it's not like you were trying to understand the economic or socioeconomic structure of Berlin at 6 years old. Come on. You were 6. You were like, oh, cool, Germany.
Berlin's
Like,
the biggest city. It's the financial capital of Germany. They're both similar to
the
New York.
financial capital of Germany, okay. And you're saying that Berlin has more in common with New York City than Boston.
Yeah, if you look at
It's
industry.
Berlin, dude. Like, come on. I've been to Berlin. As an adult, I've been to Berlin. And Berlin is, I mean, I enjoyed Berlin. Germans are actually very nice. But to say that it has more in common with New York City than another major American city in the Northeast, like, dude, that's silly, right? I mean, just based on cultural differences alone. Cultural differences, socioeconomic differences, like we're talking about the structure of the system in Germany as it pertains to healthcare, taxes. I'm assuming like property taxes, or they probably do something different in Germany. There are quite a few differences between how Berlin, Germany, handles things as it pertains to money and property versus New York City versus Boston.
I'm
Like,
reading the economic policy of Berlin right now. It's basically the same. They passed a
but
5-year rent freeze
listen, but here's
for
the thing:
about
it doesn't matter. Here's the thing: it doesn't matter because I'll explain to you exactly why your comparison is wrong versus New York, and it's simple economics. You're right. The rent freeze did hurt their market. Do you know why? It's because it was an across the board thing. When
It
you
wasn't
do it
across
across
the
the board in Berlin, when you did it across the board in Berlin, that greatly affected availability. It affected new construction. It affected all of those different things. That is why. In New York City, you're talking about 2 million apartments out of
8 million.
8 million?
residents.
Yeah. So anyways, we're not talking about across the board, and we're talking about just rent stabilized apartments. That's all that we're talking about. Only rent
Berlin was also
stabilized.
rent
And
stabilized.
so
Right.
I understand that they had rent stabilized, but the problem in Berlin is that it made up the issue in Berlin, because I just looked it up because I was trying to figure out what the comparison was. Theirs was too much of their market. It was too big. That's why they did too much of a rent freeze, and so because it was all across the board, it didn't work. That wouldn't happen in New York. It would literally be about a quarter of all apartments in New York. It would just give financial relief for a period of time to people who live in stabilized rent apartments. It wouldn't discourage the rest of the rental market. It wouldn't hurt new construction. It would just help the people that are in stabilized rent apartments. That's it. That's the only thing that it would do. Bill de Blasio already did this in 2015 and 2016, and we did it again during C19 in 2020. And it didn't hurt the market in the way that you think. Did the housing market in New York City collapse in 2017 and 2018? I don't think so.
It wasn't long term.
I don't think so. It was over 2 years and it didn't hurt anything.
It wasn't 4
It
years.
was
No,
over 2 years and it didn't hurt anything.
It didn't hurt.
It was
anything at
over
all.
2 years and it didn't hurt anything. And if you're going to argue it, now you're just being fucking disingenuous, kid.
Would it? It didn't have any consequences whatsoever.
No. Unless you'd like to show me them. Unless you'd like to show me that in 2017 and 2018 and 2019, rents were going down in New York City.
Most of these landlords
Were rents going down in New York City?
Bill de Blasio.
Were rents going down in New York City?
I don't know.
Was the rental market collapsing in New York City?
There was a governmental freeze in 2017 to 2018.
No. It was a rent freeze in 2015 and 2016 under Bill de Blasio. I just looked it up because I couldn't remember when it was. And Nemo was like, oh, yeah, I think it was 2016. It was 2015, 2016, and then they did it again in 2020 for C19. The rental market and the real estate market in New York City is fucking absurd. There is no collapse. There is nothing wrong with that market. Speaking as someone who, as an adult, has paid for real estate in New York City. I'm not a child, okay? I actually had to fucking pay my way in New York City, all right?
So here's what happened. I remember exactly what happened.
Wait a second. I'm sorry. You remember exactly what happened when you were fucking 10?
I was 11 or 12.
Dude, you don't know what the fuck happened, and I am not going to listen to what the fuck you have to say. You were fucking 11 years old. Get the fuck, dude, get the fuck out of here.
Dude. Yeah, let me tell you what happened.
Are you mocking us? Dude, you were trying to sit here and act like you paid attention to the wake effects of rent control when you were 12 years old. Come on, dude.
Yeah, because I remember people in the Bronx complaining about maintenance.
Like, Jesus.
Yeah, here, what happened was in 2015 and 2016, people's
Shut the fuck up.
Yes, they suck.
You don't remember shit. Stop lying.
Maintenance
I get it.
collapsed.
I get it. You're Googling and you're using ChatGPT.
You hate
Stop
minorities.
lying and say that you remember
You hate
shit, kid.
minorities, Matt. You
What's
hate
that?
minorities.
What's that?
You hate minorities.
Oh, is this
Matt.
your straw man now?
You hate minorities.
Is this
You want
your
them to
straw
live
man
in
now?
shitty
Is this
houses.
your
You
straw
want them-
man now? Is this your straw man now?
You want them to live in shitty
Who lives in the
communities.
majority of rent stabilized apartments, kiddo?
Minorities.
Who lives in the majority? Okay, cool. So you don't want to freeze the rent for minorities
Yeah,
in rent
I
stabilized
want
apartment? Awesome.
I don't-
So what? So what? So what now?
I don't want their
Tell us
maintenance
more about
to
how
go
much
up.
you remember that. Hey, maybe you
want
could
them to
tell
have
us
hot
about, maybe
water.
then you could tell us about how much you remember 9/11. Want to tell us about that? Do you remember
Yeah,
the blackouts in the 70s too?
I do remember.
Remember
that, yeah.
those? Remember the blackouts in the 70s? Wow,
Well,
that was wild, huh? Yeah? Remember that? Remember Black Monday in 87? That was crazy. Yeah? Want to tell us more things that you remember about New York City, kiddo? Anyways, why don't you shut the fuck up about things that you don't know and stop accusing other people of not liking minorities when you're literally trying to say, don't freeze the rent on them, which would help them out economically. It literally wouldn't help anyone but a bunch of people who are struggling to pay their rent in rent-stabilized apartments. Be so fucking for real, kid.
They would live in shitholes. They would live in shitholes because the small landlords and most rent stabilized apartments have small landlords. It isn't corporations. These people are just gonna not repair.
Cool. So explain to me after 2015 and 2016 exactly how that correlated to what you're saying.
Maintenance went down in 2015 and 2016. People lived in worse conditions.
It did. Cool. Show me the report on that from the city.
I'll give you a report right now of all the housing code violations in 2015.
Why would that matter to me? I want a year-over-year report that showed that after they implemented rent freezes that it got worse year over year. And then you'd have to prove that it was actually worse in 2017, 2018, and 2019 because it wouldn't get worse automatically when they put a rent freeze in place. It would take at least a year to take effect. There's a time lag effect. Maintenance wouldn't just automatically happen. Because, see, I understand this because you've never owned a house and you've never had to do maintenance on shit, but it doesn't automatically mean that you have to spend money on shit the minute that something happens. The boiler goes 6 months later, or you have to fix a door or a window 8 months later, or whatever the fuck it may be. You literally are a fucking child and you've never done any of those things yourself.
Searching up right now the source.
This is why I hate fucking to fucking children. It's like they've never done anything.
You want a source to show that it got worse after 2015?
Yep. What's the source?
Okay. Let me read this paper. I want to make sure it's right.
Let me do research in real time because I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about and I'm shooting in the dark.
Yeah, housing violations did go up in 2017, 2018, and 2019.
Cool. What's the source?
Let me get it up for you.
You just have to tell me because there's no way for you to give me the link.
I'm not going to give you the link.
But you just tell me the source.
It's a long term. It's from this 1974. It's just a graph. I want to get more of a correlation. Give me another one.
And by the way, if you're going to show me a paper that says that rent-stabilized apartments do less maintenance or defer maintenance, that's just true for any rent-stabilized apartment ever. You would actually have to show a correlation that it actively got worse after those years. Because we already know that in rent-stabilized apartments or in those sorts of situations, that's already a thing that happens. Because those people are poor. Or they're less well off oftentimes, and so they're treated less well. That's how that works. So that's like real life, you know. So, anyways.
Yeah, I got right here shows housing New York City open data. So New York City open data, they have a housing maintenance code violation. I'm just trying to find a way if I can get a graph to show an increase year after year.
Dude, you're really reaching here, and you're also this is like come on.
No, the housing violations did go up in 2017, 2018, and 2019.
How do you know that?
Because it was reported on the news at the time.
What news?
And you have
What news was it reported on?
City Center for New York Affairs reported on it.
What's the name of the article? City Center for New York. I'll look it up for you. What's the name of the article?
New York housing is falling apart. Here's how to stop that. It's after the rent freeze in 2020, and it consistently has gotten worse. You don't really see articles about it in 2015, 2016. I'm just trying to find an exact data point.
Uh-huh. Let's see. Let's see this source that you got. Huh. This is interesting. It seems like it says the city needs to be more diligent about enforcing its building codes and get tough on landlords who flout them. Seems like that's the main thing that the article is saying.
Why is the landlords de-investing? Maybe it has something to do with the rent freeze in 2020, the rent freeze in 2016, the rent freeze in 2017.
I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm reading. Hang on, Chief. Hang on, Chief. I know you're really reaching here. I haven't even gotten to anything in the article that says anything about the rent freeze. So weird. Huh. Nope. I don't see anything about it increasing due to the rent freeze. Is there something in here that I'm missing? Where does it say that it increased due to the rent freeze?
You can infer.
Oh, you can so you just made it up. Got it. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I said I'm still looking for
You just
a source.
yeah, you made it up. Okay, cool. Listen, dude, I don't think you're going to find what you're looking for, so can you stop wasting everyone's time here, please?
No, of course. I'm gonna get the exact data point. If you
No,
can help me.
I think that we're all tired of this, and you're trying to beat the proverbial dead horse at this point in time. I think you might just need to concede.
I'm not gonna concede. It's obvious that.
It's obvious, except you can't find a single data point to support what you're saying.
No, because I can't find data.
It's obvious. It's obvious, but you can't find anything to support what you're saying, and even the article that you want to point to doesn't say what you're saying. Why don't you just fucking give it up?
Yeah, like, I mean, what else do you have an issue with Mamdani outside of that? Because, yeah, you're not gonna win this one.
Okay, I got a source that shows that housing maintenance gone up. Okay, I got a source. So in 2016 it was 300,000. In 2017 it was 310,000. 2018 it was 320,000. 2019 it was 330,000. 2020 it was 300. This is about the same. 2021 it was 340,000. 2022 it was 360,000.
What are you reading?
I'll give you the exact.
What are you reading to us?
The New York City housing code violations. New York City open data.
Awesome. Were those just for rent-stabilized apartments?
No, those were for
awesome.
apartments.
So basically what you've done is given us zero useful data because you'd have to prove to us that, number one, it was just rent-stabilized apartments, and then number two, that somehow that increase was correlated to the rent freezes when it's not. It's literally, you just said it just goes up every year.
No, it doesn't go up every year.
You literally just said it went up every single year. Every single year you said it went up.
It didn't go up in 2020.
Every year that you read off had a higher number than the year before.
It didn't go up in 2020.
What was the number from 2019 to 2020?
330,000 to 320,000. So it went down.
Oh wow! It went slightly down. Oh wow, cool. And then what did it keep doing every single year thereafter?
It went up, but that's
so and I bet and what happens if and I bet and buddy and bud, kiddo, chief, pal. Again, none of what you just said was just for rent stabilized apartments, and rent freezes are only on rent stabilized apartments. So you would literally have to show that it went up just on rent stabilized apartments, and then you'd have to show a correlation with those years to prove that it only went up after rent freezes.
And here's another source that's crazy. About 44% of New York rent stabilized apartments have maintenance complaints or code violations.
And I literally already just told you that rent stabilized apartments.
So
I literally already just told you that there are more complaints at rent stabilized apartments, and that's a bigger issue because those people are often poorer. That those properties are often lower level properties, and that's how that works. I understand that you've never rented an apartment on your own and you're a literal fucking child, but one day out in the real world, you might understand what I'm talking about.
So these are small landlords. What are you going to do to stop the landlord from just further de-investing maintenance because they're poor? They don't get good housing. How are you going to prevent landlords from
The exact thing that the article that you sent me, Bud, why don't you read the fucking first paragraph of the article that you sent me?
People are just not going to rent out, or they're going to sell the building. That's exactly what.
Awesome. So then they'll sell the building to someone else who will follow the code and who'll take care of it. Fucking great. There you go. Attaboy. And you know what? And then if they don't, you know what they'll have to do? They'll just make a little bit less money. Oh no.
No one's gonna rent stabilized apartments with that profit margin. That's just unrealistic.
Except for the fact that they're already making an excellent profit margin, because if they weren't, they wouldn't be fucking doing it in the first place, you fucking moron.
Small landlords make...
I understand that you don't... Okay, cool. How many places have you ever owned and been the landlord of?
0.
Cool. I've owned 6. So... what do you want to talk about when it comes to hold on, time out. When it comes to profit margins and landlords and places, what part do you want to talk about?
What's your profit? Have you ever rented in New York City or had a rent stabilized apartment that you rented in New York City?
I had a rental in New York City. It was not rent stabilized, but I did know people that rented rent stabilized. Oh, and by the way, I just want to go back to one thing real quick before we move on to this. Just FYI, Hurricane Joaquin hit off the coast of Brooklyn in 2015, and Hurricane Matthew, the rest of Hurricane Matthew, brought flooding to New York City in 2016. So, if there was extra maintenance that had to be done on apartments in New York City, it could easily be attributable to either of those two things for the nominal amount of extra work on them. And this literally just goes to show you that what you're talking about is uncorrelated data.
Well,
and you literally have no proof that would show what you're talking about relates in any way, manner, shape, or form to what we're talking about.
We'll find out, and I'll come back.
Except for the fact that we've already found out, and it's already been proven to be true, because there's no correlation.
There's no long. This is not the same. 2 years is not the same as 4 years after a hurricane. After a great disaster, it's not the same as a non-disaster. Maintenance is going to collapse in the Bronx. People are going to be living in worse conditions.
Except for the fact that didn't happen. Why didn't it happen? Why didn't that happen in 2017, 2018, and 2019? Why didn't it happen?
Because the government gave them aid.
They didn't.
They gave them aid in 15 and 16.
They didn't give any aid to anyone in 2017, 2018, and 2019, which is what you're saying. That's when it would have happened. You're saying that after the rent freeze, that's when it happens. You're literally fucking not following your own line of logic that you've laid out.
So, but you just said it's the hurricane's fault and why maintenance has gone up since 2017.
I am saying to you that you can't correlate it with anything. It is a correlation fallacy. Because you're not using only rent-stabilized apartments, you're not able to prove that it's directly related. You're not listening to me, and I'm trying to explain something to you that you don't understand. You're not only using rent-stabilized apartments, you're using all apartments. You're not able to prove that it is in any way, manner, shape, or form directly related to the rent freezes, and now I have given you a third reason why. There's an entirely separate proposal on the table as to why simple maintenance could have gone up in New York City. That's why it is causation correlation, because you cannot directly tie it to the thing. So you have to say, we don't actually know that.
Well, there's an article that shows that, or there's an article that shows what percent of rent stabilized apartments are the one that has, complaints, and about 80 to 85% of
Yes,
all.
and I've already explained this to you fucking multiple times. Why is it that rent-stabilized apartments have more complaints and are generally worse on maintenance? It's because they're poorer. It's because they're the lower-level apartments. That's how it goes all across the fucking country. In poorer apartment complexes, in lower-income areas, the conditions are worse and there is less maintenance done. Dude, have you ever lived in any of those areas? I'm guessing probably not.
I've been to them, though.
Oh, you've been to them? You sound like a little privileged fuck because you don't know what you're talking about.
Look, overall, you still haven't given me an argument.
What's the net yield on apartment build? What's the net yield on an apartment on a rental in New York City? What's the net yield? What are you going to get for a year?
Are we talking about rent stabilized?
What's the net? It doesn't matter. It's basically the same. What are you going to get?
I would say 30%, around there.
You think you're going to get 30%? Holy shit, dude. You don't know economics at all. Oh, my God.
Oh, how much would you get then?
You'll get 4 or 5%. That's your return. That's your profit. That's your profit. That's after you pay all of your expenses and everything like that. That's just your simple profit. And that's pretty fucking good. But the real money is in holding the real estate, and then you sell off the real estate, right? I mean, that's the real meal ticket, right? Because that, you get it? You understand?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So anyways, you're talking about 5-ish%. That's what you're talking about. But if you're looking at if you're talking about a $2,000 apartment, right? A $2,000 apartment, just to keep the numbers really, really simple, right? How much you're going to get? $24,000 a year, right?
Yeah, I would say
Right.
so.
Right. Okay. So you're gonna get $24,000 a year on that one apartment. And by the way, that number is obscenely low. In fact, we should do a more realistic number. $5,000 a month. $5,000 a month is way more realistic number. $5,000 a month is going to give you $60,000 a year in rental income. Right? That's what gives you in rental income. So we're saying that your profit after all of your expenses are paid, right? You got your profit after all of your expenses are paid is over here. If rent freezes, how much are you going to raise? But just out of curiosity, how much do you pay for rent in your apartment, or where your mom and dad pay for rent? Or do you guys
About 10 to 15K.
Great, 10 to 15K. Awesome, fantastic. How much? Wait, 10 to 50. You don't know the exact, like, how much do you pay?
Per month?
Yeah.
About between 10, I would say probably around 12K.
Okay, 12. Let's call it that. What's the increase per year on your parents' rent?
Probably 500 a year.
500 a year.
I would say so, yeah.
Okay, so you would say that $500 that would be the increase over 1 year.
Around that. It depends on.
Okay,
also
great.
what-
Okay, great. Okay, cool. So that would be $2,000 over 4 years.
Yeah.
Awesome. So that's $2,000 over 4 years. That means that what we're talking about, okay? Because if let's say the rent ends up being $14,000, right? So just so we're clear, if we do some simple math, even if we start off with I won't even do a percent change, okay? If we start off with that, it is literally only going to eat into that 5%, 1.6%. So if I'm the landlord and there is a rent freeze and the rent goes up exactly what you just said, my 5% becomes 3.4%. And you're going to sit there and tell me that I'm going to fucking freak out and I'm going to fucking leave because my 5% became 3.4% for a couple of years, when really my main interest is in holding that piece of real estate for as long as fucking possible and selling it one day and making bank. I'm not losing money. I'm still making a profit. I'm making slightly less of a profit on my rent stabilized apartment. And then, by the way, that's assuming it goes up as much as you say. A lot of places aren't raising rent at that rate, but I went with your rate just to prove a point. Do you understand the mathematics behind that?
No, I understand that. I think that, I do live in, do you know where Gramercy Park is?
Yes, I know. I lived in Brooklyn. I lived in New York City.
Yeah, like my rent isn't cheap, and I am grateful for my parents. So I don't think that, when you compare about like in the Bronx is probably around 1,200, probably around probably as low as 1,000 sometimes. So, profit margin is a lot thinner when you compare the Gramercy.
There is no fucking way that you're getting an apartment in the Bronx for $1,000 a month, dude. You need a fucking reality check, kid.
For 1,200, I think that there is apartments available in the Bronx for 1,200.
Fucking where?
Is it a broom closet?
A studio. No, I'm
Is
not
it-
gonna say it's like a 2-bedroom.
Now, when you say studio, do you mean that there was a condemned building that somebody bought and then they put a lock on the door and they called it a studio apartment? Because I might believe that.
I'm sure there's certain areas in the Bronx that you can get a
so
studio for 1,200.
I can't with this fucking.
I'm really trying to work with you because, like, you're 20 and I know I despised when people that were
No, and I'm trying to be
slightly older than
respectful.
me would talk down to me. I'm really trying to not be like a boomer and like, oh, back in my day, or oh well, you'll understand what. So, like, $1,200 is the going rate for an apartment in, like, I don't know, Northwest Georgia. I mean, they're nice apartments, but like that's the going rate for an apartment in Northwest Georgia, which is, I mean, to keep it simple, it's not exactly LA. I'll put it that way.
Okay.
It's the sticks. It's, middle of nowhere type stuff. And it's only going to go up. So, I mean, no, dude, that's not feasible. To say that there's $1,000 or even $1,200 or let's say even $1,500 in the Bronx. I mean,
No, I see it. I see the data that Matt put up. I don't know exactly the property.
This isn't even, dude. This isn't even like super accurate. I literally just was like Craigslist, right? Because everybody in New York is going to start on Craigslist to get, and this is probably just bullshit. I mean, this might be where you could possibly find the cheapest of the cheap. They're saying the average in the Bronx is $2,500, and you can see there's nothing over here. Maybe there's something around the 1,500 mark, very little. Most of it's closer to the 2,000 and then over 2,000 and then more. But dude, like
I can tell you, like, as far as like having a mental rubric or like a metric in your head and working with pricing that way, like we all have it, right? We all have like a rough estimate for different things, right? And we work with that. So in my case, because I'm 32, you're 20, so I'm about 10 years older than you. When the getting was good for housing in the U.S. was basically tail end of 2019, early 2020, before the shit hits the fan. So at that point, interest rates were basically zero, and getting in on a mortgage with that is good. Also, property values had not, I mean, they were still bad, but they had not skyrocketed in the way that they were. So, and at the time, I had a good paying job, money in the bank, all that good shit. And my brother was encouraging me to go and like, hey, you need to get a mortgage,
Yeah.
whatever. Okay, cool. So I started looking in my area. I didn't want anything fancy. I didn't want to, and I didn't care about, location, all that shit. I wanted a 1 bed, 1 bath, didn't
Yeah.
even really care about a backyard. So like not a ton of land. And this is in Georgia. Okay. Now, I'm not going to give exact location,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
it's not middle of nowhere, Georgia, not heart of Atlanta,
Not like Atlanta,
heart of Savannah, heart of Augusta,
Yeah.
right? So I was expecting that the cost of a house like that would be somewhere in the neighborhood of 200 grand. It was 300. And that kind of like broke my mental metric, because it's like, holy shit, it's 50% more than I expected. Holy God. And I think that that's part of what is going on with you. I think that in your case, it's just a matter of you're working off a mental metric that is a few years out of date, or that might be in a certain situation. I think that that is probably part of it. So
I'm in for a rude awakening. Is what you're trying to say?
I mean, in your case, no, because it sounds like your dad either works in Wall Street or is close to it, and
I mean, he works for a bank. He makes about 150 to 200. We got most of our money from our grandfather. He owned a business, so we got a decent amount of inheritance because we sold off that business.
yeah.
Overall,
So,
I'm working in.
does your dad own any apartments, or does he rent? Rent to people.
He rents out. We have a small place in the Hamptons. We rent out, like in July.
Yeah, I mean, so I feel like, are you going to be in for a rude awakening? No, like the way that the U.S. works is once past a certain level of money, you're kind of good even when shit's bad, unless you just really suck. But yeah, are you going to be in for a rude awakening? Probably not. No. But it's one of those things of like your average person. Like we are staring down the barrel of recession. I don't know if your dad has ever mentioned this or what his opinions on it are. I can promise you,
he's not a big Trump guy.
Okay, we are actively in the beginnings of a recession. My original prediction, whenever Trump started doing the tariff shit, was that we would be in a recession by the end of this year. And I think that the data will bear that out in retrospect. But yeah, I mean, it's imminent. It's imminent. It's about to pop. If it doesn't pop off by Q4, it's popping off in first half next year.
Do you think that's just Trump, or do you think that's just all collective? It's not just like a Trump issues. It's just like the way the economy.
I think it's a mix of both. So the way that I've explained this to people, the analogy that I've used, and why I think that Trump is more to blame, but not solely, is, let's say that, have you ever broken a bone?
Yeah, I broke my thumb.
Perfect. That's perfect. So I've used that analogy before. I've said, let's say that you broke your hand, okay? And that's a bitch because it's your hand. And you use it for all sorts of stuff. So, okay, that sucks. So you break your hand. It takes a while to heal. And let's say that you broke your hand, it's healed, and it's 6 months later. Do you think that it's smart to punch someone in the face with that hand 6 months after it's been healed?
Probably not.
Right, exactly. Like, could you do it? I mean, yeah. Are you risking it? Yeah. Is there a solid chance it's going to break again because of that? Yeah. That's the analogy I've used. The U.S. economy, at the time that Biden left office, had recovered from breaking its hand, essentially. Like shit was rough after the pandemic. The pandemic like masked a recession. The recession that people had been predicting and that the data, the numbers, the markets had been predicting before 2020. There were predictions that a recession was coming. And the reason why was because of different effects that always end up predicting recessions. So that recession happened. The difference was that it happened while C-19 was happening, and people just kind of lumped it together and said, oh yeah, it's because the pandemic happened. It's not because of anything else. No, a recession was coming. You can, and fact check me if you want, type in manufacturing sector recession, and then narrow the search to 2019. You will find write-ups from the Wall Street Journal, from like a shit ton of financial outlets, right? Talking about how the manufacturing sector in the US was in a recession because we were losing jobs at a clip.
Well,
And
manufacturing is not our biggest industry. I mean, our biggest economic growth output. I think it's only 15% agriculture and manufacturing.
yes, but that was just so my point with that is that was one thing that was happening, and that was also actually due to the tariffs that Trump had put in, because that's when the trade war kicked off. But to the point, broadly, we were still expecting a recession, and the pandemic masked it. And so after we recovered from that, because we pumped a fuck ton of money into the economy, Trump did, Biden did, right? Trump pumped in a shit ton of money in 2020. Biden pumped in a shit ton of money in 2021. It wasn't as much as Trump did, but he did pump a shit ton of money in. When we recovered from the recession, we were still at like this very precarious state where, okay, hey, the recession happened, we pumped a fuck ton of money, now we have to deal with inflation, blah, 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 blah. Okay, we've got inflation kind of under control in certain aspects, blah, blah, blah. But are things on fire? No. Could they easily be lit on fire? Yes. Don't push anything, don't touch it, because it will break. That's where we were at the end of Biden's admin. Trump comes in and does the one thing that he can do unilaterally to have almost immediate effects on the economy, which is tariffs. That is something he can impose unilaterally because Congress is stupid, and it has almost immediate effects on the economy, on like consumption, because of how capitalism works. There's a slight delay of like at best 6 months, but it has an almost immediate effect. That's why I have said we were not in a great spot at the end of Biden's administration, but we were not collapsing. And if we had continued, I mean, more or less how he was managing it, plus some government intervention on certain things, it would have worked out. Like what Harris had proposed about housing, like tax credits and like certain controls, tighter restrictions on like price gouging and stuff. Was it perfect? No. It was still standard neoliberalism, but we would have been able to pull it off.
No, I get the point you're saying. The reason why I support tariffs is I wasn't born in New York. I was born in Missouri. You know, my dad, he worked a manufacturing job when we were younger, and he got laid off of that job because that job went overseas. And overall, it's like I obviously do. You know, I can see that tariffs do have short-term consequences, but overall, if you look at these communities, if you go to like the Michigan or Ohio, like these communities are completely wrecked because they have no economy. And I know everyone just says, "Oh, you need to adapt," but it's harder for these people. You know, it's harder for people in flyover states to adapt. They don't have access to cities. They don't have access to, you know, the Ivy Leagues on the coast or, you know, the education on the coast. You know, they really do need these industries. You know,
So
manufacturing is huge for a flyover state.
I mean, I agree that manufacturing is huge for, let's say, a flyover state. I don't know if I'd put Ohio in there, but whatever. That's irrelevant. Missouri, sure. Did you say what he did?
My
Like what his
dad,
job was? Rough, vague description is fine.
something in auto parts. I couldn't give you the exact,
Sure. Yeah, that's fine.
um,
So I also had to deal with outsourcing. I work in IT. I'm currently unemployed. This is how I make my living. So yeah. But I went to school for IT, worked in IT for, I guess, 10 years about. And my last two jobs, I left and entered them because of layoffs, because of outsourcing. I was outsourced at the first job. They were shipped overseas. And then I got my new job, was there. Then they did the same thing. IT is really bad. It's really bad in IT for just the blanket layoffs. And a lot of that is because of outsourcing, because,
AI.
it's easier to get a contract and work with people who are, working at 4 a.m. In Bangalore. Like that, it's easier to do it that way, right? Cheaper, I should say. So I understand what you're describing with, jobs being shipped overseas. I can tell you that as far as manufacturing goes, because you can't exactly tariff IT stuff, but with manufacturing, tariffs do matter. And in the case of your dad, so tariffs would not have necessarily done much to protect the job, because this is ultimately how tariffs work. The way I describe it, it's a carrot and a stick. Okay, so tariffs are stick. All right, they're the stick approach. You hit other countries or whoever with a
Yeah.
tariff, and it makes it more expensive, and that then will make your product more expensive because you're going to pass that cost along. So now your product is more expensive. In theory, the competitors should be able to compete better if they don't use that country, right? So domestic should be able to compete better, blah, blah, right? That's the pitch with tariffs. Sounds great. Here's the problem. You're not factoring in greed. You're not factoring in, I guess, the human element. So let's say that it's a t-shirt company. So I import my t-shirts from China and you make yours domestically. Cool. I sell mine for $10. You sell yours for whatever, $20.
Yeah.
Okay. So boom, tariffs hit. All right, damn, that sucks. My cost went up. Now I have to raise prices. So let's say that I have to raise prices to, I don't know, to make it competitive, it would have to be, let's say, 25. Let's say I have to raise my prices $25, right? To be
Because of the
competitive with
$25.
you,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
For that tariff to make sense. Now yours are 20. So in theory, you should benefit from that. But you're also a business person. And you understand that, hey, my competitor has to have a price at 25. I sell mine at 20. I can just sell mine at 24. That's $4 that I can raise my price and still undercut my competitor. So what ends up happening is even the domestic situation, even then, the price goes up. The price goes up across the board for the product. Regardless of if it is imported or domestic, it goes up because it signals to people to companies that are domestic, hey, this is the new price floor. And so they raise their price to just below that or whatever. That's how that works. That is how that would work. That's why tariffs fail.
Well,
That's like tariffs can be used in certain situations for short periods of time or for a given period. They can work. It's not that they're all bad. It's that Trump is using them as like a tool to fix everything. and that's not how they're supposed to be used. You can't build a house with just a hammer. And the carrot is subsidies. It's saying, hey, company, we want you to have jobs here. We want you to build shit here. We, the government, will give you this check. There are terms and conditions. If you agree to take this money, you have to meet these goals. If you don't, we cut you off. Here's a blank check. Build a fucking factory here, and employ Americans. Cool, wonderful. Company does that. They build a factory here, they employ Americans. In the meantime, because it takes a while to build a factory, in the meantime, prices don't go up. They don't have to go up. Prices aren't changed at all. And then when they get the factory here, boom, now you got people to employ and shit. Because the idea with tariffs is, well, it'll raise prices, but then they'll bring jobs back here, they'll build factories here, and then they'll employ Americans and it'll be okay, and the tariff will go away. Except, is it going to be one-to-one? Why would prices go down after that? Because the market has said this is the price. Why would a company lower prices? In fact, they have zero reason to lower prices. In fact, if they're a publicly traded company, they could get sued if they were to lower prices. The fiduciary responsibility. They have to make more money than last year.
Couldn't the government price gouge, or couldn't competition at least stifle, from companies just raising it to a price floor? And then, when you were talking about that, the government could give a blank check, a huge subsidy. I just don't think you can really bring manufacturing back, because the U.S. labor market can never compete with China. China has an abundant amount of cheap labor. Even with major, what would the subsidy have to be for like an automation, auto parts, not to build in China? If it's like China gets paid $80 cents versus like in the US it's probably like $25. Like the subsidy would have to be insane. You would almost have to, like what Biden with the Inflation Reduction Act, he did have 100% tariff on Chinese EVs.
Well, the Inflation Reduction Act, I don't know if that is where that tariff came from. I know that he had a 100% tariff on EVs, and that was entirely because China was going to price us out of that market, because we have zero infrastructure outside of Tesla, which Tesla, it's an overpromise, underdeliver situation with Tesla. We don't have the infrastructure to compete like that. Now, the idea is that EVs, we could compete, but we need a pause button. And so that was the idea behind the 100% tariff. It was to basically lock out that market while we build our shit. But
could they even ever compete compared? Like, even if I get what you're saying, you pause it, you had this 100% tariff for 3 to 4 years while we build our infrastructure. Let's just say we get our infrastructure going. Compared to salaries, I don't think, even if, we're building in the U.S., I don't even think we can compete. We'd still get priced out.
That's a fair point, right? But that is the other issue with tariffs, right? Like, what tariff do you need to make it to make business sense for a company to lay off all the workers that they have in China and then build an operation here and then employ people here? Because labor cost is so goddamn high in the U.S. Like, I looked it up, and the average cost for a Foxconn worker, as an example, in China, it was like $3.50 an hour, something like that.
Yeah.
Minimum wage here, federal, is $7.25. So that's the lowest possible that you could get, is $7.25. It's double. So, and obviously a manufacturer, you're not going to pay a line worker that much money. You're going to pay them way, way more because they're a manufacturing job. So yeah, there are issues, which this kind of goes to the underlying issue with capitalism, but that's a whole other thing. So I guess my point, whenever it comes to subsidies, why it works, is the CHIPS Act. So the CHIPS Act, that was how it would work. The idea is Taiwan right now has a stranglehold
I
on
know that.
semiconductors. They make like, I mean, it depends on how you want to count it, but between 70 and 90% of semiconductors. And
Probably more.
sorry,
Probably more of the high tech if you're talking about like the 2 nanometer, the 3 nanometer.
yes,
Like, but I know what the CHIPS Act is. You know, they gave funds for Intel and TSMC too. You know,
Yeah.
to operate in the U.S. That's probably for geographic reasons. You know.
yeah, absolutely. Well, so it was for both. So with TSMC, it was for geopolitical, you know, because they're right next to China. China wants Taiwan. They say it's part of China. Taiwan doesn't think so. It would be bad if something were to happen there. So that's number one. But number two is the economics behind it. We want to have advanced semiconductor companies. We want that. And we want jobs. And the CHIPS Act, there were jobs in Ohio. There were jobs in Georgia. There were jobs all over the damn place. The part of Georgia that Marjorie Taylor Greene, that crazy bitch that she represents, that's where I'm from, is that area of Georgia. She was bragging about a factory that was built there because of the CHIPS Act. She was bragging about it. She voted against the CHIPS Act. I think it's good because that was, I think, when it's completed, it was projected like 4,000 high-paying jobs, which in that area is big, because that area is kind of similar to what you were describing with your dad in Missouri, where it's been hollowed out.
Yeah, but what
Go.
you need a special GED for that job? Like, what education would you need for that job?
Oh, fuck if I know. I didn't dive that deep. It was a solar cell company. It's Q-Cell. You can look it up.
Like, I would assume, but
Hang
the
on
thing-
one
I
sec,
think-
Trump fan. I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you real quick. I just want to ask, hey, Trace, hi, are you a Trump fan?
I'm not, but I wanted to ask a question.
Oh yeah, well, we're just looking for Trump supporters now, friend. But I appreciate you. Thanks. Trump fan, I'm just no offense. We're just I appreciate you having up. We are going to try to get me because you've been up for about
No,
an
if
hour
you
and
find
20
someone
minutes.
else,
No, it's
I'll
only
have it.
not that we're not. We're having a good conversation. I just wanted to. Oh, okay. Well, just thought because we did have a couple of people in the box, so I just thought we checked because we have had you up for a little while, but that's okay. We can keep talking. I don't have a problem. We keep talking. I'm just saying that if you
yeah, if someone else comes,
want to.
I'll have that. That's fine.
Trace,
Overall-
Trace. If you want to put your question down in the chat, I didn't mean to. I had other people to bring up in the box, so just wanted to see if we had other Trump supporters. That's all. If you want to state your question in the chat, we can try to ask it or answer it. That's all.
Overall, I would say that I agree that the CHIPS and Science Act was a success. I think it is a good idea. But overall, that's a specialized industry. I mean, someone in China that does semiconductor work, I assume that they get paid a decent amount. Like, it's not like, they're getting paid $3.
Yeah. No, I understand that.
It's specialized. So it's like when you talk about more nuance and you talk more about auto parts or you talk about shipbuilding or, when you talk about these more, centric, non-specialized jobs, I would say that I think it is a different scenario compared to like semiconductor or like aviation, what we specialize in. I think that you are going to have a tariff because once you talk about, I'm not saying that auto parts, you don't need any GED or any education, but I assume the qualification for that compared to working at a semiconductor plant is like night and day. I assume
Sure.
that someone in China can easily pick up how to do auto parts. So I assume an auto part maker in China probably doesn't make that much compared to like.
Right. So the difference is,
I'm gonna just go to the bathroom. I'll go on mute though.
okay, even if I can grant you that tariffs are necessary for something like auto parts or the steel industry or whatever, which even then I'm not entirely sold on that, but just to save time, I'll go ahead and just grant that. Okay. At that point, you're putting the cart before the horse. Because if you need tariffs, the reason you need tariffs is to protect existing jobs. Like they are a protectionist tool. That's what it is. It's the idea of, well, we don't want to lose these jobs to whoever, right? All right. We don't have those jobs right now. That's the problem. is that we don't have the jobs. I mean, obviously it depends on the industry, but the jobs either don't exist currently or they don't exist at the levels that you want. And the idea would be, if you're going to use tariffs, you would do it after the jobs exist.
Protectionist.
Exactly.
Give me 1 second.
Yeah,
sure.
That's fine. By the way, guys, while we're waiting on Trump fan over here, like I was saying, guys, if you voted for Donald Trump, hop in the box. Let's have a conversation. Although we are having some good conversation, I do want to keep things moving and try to see if we can get one more debate in before I need to wrap things up for the evening. We do have just over 1,000 people in here. If you guys can please continue to tap the screen, please get us over 400,000 likes. And
okay, and I get what you mean, that they are they're used for protection, not really for inviting industry. Obviously, you're going to need to have government funding with that. You're going to have massive subsidies, which maybe you could argue that the corporate tax is that, because if you give corporations corporate tax, I think after the TJCJ Tax and Jobs Act, I think reinvestment did go. Corporates did invest. Obviously, they did a lot of stock buybacks too, which wasn't good, but they did do some reinvestment. So maybe, you could argue that the big beautiful bill is a subsidy, but I don't think that's clear enough. Obviously, I think the way that, do I think that Trump nails it on tariffs? No. I don't like how inconsistent they are. If you are going to do this, you need long-term, serious tariffs, probably even passed by Congress. Maybe you could encourage Congress to pass them, just to show businesses that this is serious. But
yeah, I mean, so if you look at the history with this, it doesn't bear out. So you can look up the Smoot-Hawley Act. That's the one that people typically point to. It happened back in
32.
When did that happen? Was it 1929?
32.
32.
The one they blamed on the Great Depression.
Yeah, oftentimes it gets lumped in with the Great Depression. So, the Depression was happening and it worsened it a lot. I mean, shit, even Ronald Reagan, who I am famously a big hater of Ronald Reagan, even he understood that tariffs were bad. And he actually cited the Smoot-Hawley Act as an example of that. So I mean, if you look at the history, whenever it comes to how markets respond with tariffs and the effects that it has for broad tariffs on whole sectors or whatever, it doesn't work. It doesn't work in the way that you're promised, and it ends up just hurting people who are already hurting as far as money goes. Because you have to think, people are already, if you ask them, hey, are groceries expensive? Your average person's going to be like, hell yeah, groceries are expensive. Groceries are really expensive right now. Tariffs guarantee that the price will go up. Because even if, let's pretend that we don't import certain food items like bananas, we can't grow bananas here.
Yeah.
So let's pretend that all of it's domestically done. Cool. Fertilizer. Components that go into fertilizer, that's imported. Or components that go into into farming equipment, that is important. There's always our supply chains are so complex at this point that doing something like a tariff, it is swinging around a wrecking ball in a glass factory or something. It's you are very liable to break something because of how delicate supply chains are. I mean, shit, in 2022, that's when the chip shortage happened. That's when the supply chain was disrupted between Taiwan and the US whenever it came to chips. And because of that, used cars shot up in price. Refrigerators became unaffordable. And that was a short thing. It was that lasted, I don't know, it wasn't crazy long. It was months that lasted. But That's how delicate it was. It wasn't that Taiwan said, fuck off, we're not sending you any. It's not that we, put in import controls or whatever. It's that there was a slight interruption in supply chains. And that was enough to cause all this crazy price increase for all sorts of random shit. That's how complex things are.
No, and I get that. I think that, before we start off with blanket tariffs, even though they give a lot of federal revenue, I think that we do need to start off with targeted tariffs. Overall, I just think that I can see kind of why. I assume you're a socialist.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of see why, because really there isn't, the U.S. economy or the U.S. job sector market's completely fucked right now. I think that and it's not only like, I think if you look at it, people can't really get a low skilled job. They're going to need to go to college. They go to college, that market's heavily competitive. I know you guys probably support H-1B visas, but I think that's making the job market significantly harder for people, especially like if you want to operate in today's, job sector, you almost need a college degree. I think that's almost a necessary thing.
Yeah.
So you get a college degree, that costs a shit ton of money. There's no more low skilled jobs. And then you get this college degree, and then you're entering a hyper competitive field. And a lot of these companies, are going to take H-1B visa workers over American citizens every time. So, it's just a lose-lose. The job market's completely cooked. And my idea is, it's like, I think that I think Biden realized that too. Biden made a huge effort of bringing infrastructure back. I think I agree with, like, the Inflation Reduction Act was a good thing. The infrastructure bill was a good thing overall. I just don't think those are long-term operations, because after, you're going to need tariffs on the EVs, and then it's like, what are these temporary? No, these are going to have to be long-term tariffs. And if you're tariffing the EVs, then, how much does...
Hey,
what were you going to say?
Sorry, I just thought you should maybe...
No, I heard about that.
That was from today. For those of you who didn't know, it was in a recent this interview from Vox today, and Trump had to come out and say that H-1B immigrants are necessary because there aren't enough Americans to fill those jobs, the specific jobs that are needed. So, I mean,
do you agree with that stance or no?
Yes, 100%. Because it has nothing to do with the fact that, Americans aren't smart enough, this, that. We have so many specialized jobs. Sometimes you need a specific skill, or you need something specific. I have a good friend who's a doctor from India, and he's here on an H-1B. We have other doctors here, but he happens to fit a particular specialty that is in higher demand. So
you think that there's a labor shortage when it comes to a lot of specialized jobs, even with record college, turnout and other things?
There are certain jobs that there are, or certain specialties, or we want to get a particular researcher here, or somebody who, especially somebody who works in biotech or something like that, because the big companies like Pfizer and AstraZeneca and all the different ones, and a lot of them who the bigger ones who operate out of Cambridge here and different things like that, the reason that they can attract the best talent from the world is because they can use H-1B visas, and they can get a leading researcher here. They can get leading scientists here and biologists and different folks to come in, and that's how we do it. So even though we might have we've got that person here, but we can get the world's leading blah blah blah, or one of the best blah blah blah, and they'll come to work in the United States. Don't we want them working here and working for a company here and making money here than working somewhere else?
Well, no, because they take less of a salary. They do, and it's like,
no, they don't. How? What are you talking about? Are you insane? Are you insane?
The more H-1B visa people that come here, let's just say they work in the tech sector.
Whatever you're about to say about it depressing, about it suppressing wages. H-1B visas, you have to show that there's a need there for it.
Yeah.
You
Like
don't think,
H1Bs, there's a lot of red tape with H1Bs, and rightfully so, by the way. Like rightfully so, because if there was not red tape, then companies would do what you're saying. They would abuse the fuck out of H1Bs. But there is red tape with H1Bs. And I mean, a lot of it is down to you know, the person that is here on the H1B has a skill that we need. And there's a compelling reason to do it that way, right? It's not that they'll do the same job for less. Because like what you're describing, that is outsourcing, right? Which H1Bs are not used in the way that you're describing, because you're describing like outsourcing more than you're describing what H1Bs are like the reverse of it, right? So outsourcing, it's what I had described earlier, which is, hey, big tech company can sign a contract with
Thailand or something.
with like a Wipro or like some third party IT contracting company. They can sign a big fat contract that is enforceable by law and all, or with lawyers and shit, and that third party company can employ people in India. I mean, it is mostly India for IT at like a third of the rate, and there you go. Like you have a team instead of one person, so you have better availability and all that shit, right? But H1B it's different. It's different. And I mean, IT is also notorious for H1B visas. But it is a different animal in and of itself.
Look, I still believe that, you know, there's definitely loopholes in the program. Can I name you the exact loopholes? No. I'm probably gonna head out in like 4 minutes because I do need to start getting ready to go to bed. But I think that there's loopholes. You know, I don't know if the companies really try as hard as to get a domestic, you know, supplier. And overall, I would say that, you know, some of the greatest American achievements happened in the 60s, the 70s. You don't think that people always say that, oh, we need the best skill, you know, without it, you know, the U.S. is going to fall behind. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that.
I'm glad you said the 60s and the 70s. I'm so glad you did, because I'm a history nerd, and I fully agree with you that the big things that people talk about when they're like, let's make America great, which is we went to the fucking moon, you know, stuff like that, right? It did happen in the 60s and the 70s. Do you know why?
Don't say German scientists, because that's not.
That is definitely part of it.
Like, it's part of it, but overall, it's like I wouldn't say that that's the main reason. You still had people. Most of the workers weren't. I know the head of NASA was a German.
Von Braun, yeah.
Werner Braun.
He could work on the V2.
Yeah, he was the leading rocket scientist for the Yazis. I'm not saying that we didn't have any Americans that knew how to build rockets. We obviously did. It's just that the Yazis had a fuck ton of them, and we had to beat the damn commies. We were like, oh, Cold War starting, we're importing the Yazis. So we brought in all of their scientists. And that absolutely had an effect on how competitive we were with the Soviets. But also, that's one, is importing. It's importing Yahtzee scientists. That helps a lot. Number two, we had a blank check for all of those industries. The government, blank check. Mm-hmm. Because we had to get to the moon. We had to beat the Soviets, because the Soviets had beaten us in every other step when it came to space. America loves to say, oh yeah, we won the space race. The Soviets were the first manned flight in space. They
first orbit.
They were the first in basically everything else except for the moon. We got to the moon first. And that's how we can say that we won. But it was a blank check. We poured insane amounts of money into that industry, into that whole sector of R&D, and hey, figure out how to get us to the fucking moon. Do whatever it takes. Have fun. We just threw money at it. And we had more money than the
I
Soviets.
agree.
Like, we just outspent them.
I'm thinking it's like, Matt's kind of right in a way. It's like there are a lot of social policies that are good. I think that the government should be involved in more things, and the German scientist thing is true. What I'm afraid of, it's like, look, when you're talking about high, and I know you guys don't like Musk, but that's like a good example of like immigrants we want to the U.S. Someone like Musk. I know you guys don't like him, but SpaceX is a pretty, more remarkable achievement. Landing
No, it's
rocket.
not. No, it's not.
Landing rocket.
No, it's not. You want to know why it's not?
Why?
I'll tell you why. The reason why it's not is because of what Nemo just said. We accomplished more when the government was simply running the programs itself and taking our best and brightest minds and saying, here's the problem, go fix it. Here's the money, go fix it. Instead, what we've been doing is subsidizing Elon Musk, making a billionaire richer and richer and richer, and he hasn't delivered on any of the shit that he's supposed to have delivered on. I thought we were going to the moon this year. Oh, no, wait, I thought we were going to Mars. No, we're not going to Mars. I thought we were going to have a 150-ton payload. Oh, no, it was down to 100. Nope, then it was down to 80. Nope, then it was down to 60. Oh, no, now it's 15-ton payload. Like, literally, all of the shit that Elon Musk has promised us with SpaceX sucks. It sucks, and he's not doing a great job. And when we ran our own space program and just put our resources into it, we fucking put men on the moon with a computer that was a 10,000th, 1/10,000th as powerful as this. And that's being generous.
No, I get what you're saying, but did he receive NASA contracts before he landed the spaceship or after?
What?
When he landed the first booster in 2017, the Falcon 9, was he receiving NASA contracts at the time? Or when did he start receiving NASA
When did
contracts?
SpaceX start getting contracts?
Yeah.
I don't remember the first year, but it doesn't matter. That's immaterial to the point.
No, he's disappointing now. But
No,
overall,
no. It's not. It doesn't matter when he was disappointing. The overall point is I'm not impressed. There's nothing about Elon Musk that I don't think we could have accomplished with our own engineers and our people. And if we just pumped the money in ourselves, we're literally just making Elon Musk rich, and he's doing it like half-assed and like not as well and not as much time.
no. Look, I gotta head out now because I do have class.
So very, very quickly, I looked this up just to answer your question. 2003, DARPA, that's the U.S., provided initial conceptual funding to SpaceX. 2006, NASA selected SpaceX for the COTS program, awarding about $278 million for R&D and demonstration launches. So they were given subsidies before, or contracts, or whatever. They were given money before.
So I just have one question. Do you think that the government should be in, as a socialist, do you think, and I just want to make sure, do you think the government should be in every sector?
No, not every sector. So I don't think that the government should make T-shirts, so to speak. I don't think that.
But when it comes to high tech,
say again.
When it comes to specialized industry, instead of Boeing being a private company, it's government run, or instead of I know NASA's government run now, but more like that, instead of Intel, it's government run, or instead of Nvidia, it's government run.
I mean, I could probably be swayed depending on what it is, but my stance as far as what I want to be nationalized, so government run, is the energy sector, and housing and healthcare. So like the pharmaceutical industry. So what I mean by that, energy, oil. So other countries do this. They nationalize their oil. OPEC, like every country in OPEC, they nationalize their oil. And so it's like part of their wealth in a way. So, and they do that because oil, energy, is a national security thing. We have dealt with shortages in oil before. In the 70s, there was the gas crisis, right? And that caused us to have to figure out, hey, we need responses to this. Part of that was we told American companies, you are not allowed to export our oil. You drill it here, it stays here. You're not exporting it to other countries. That ended in 2016. Started in the 70s because of that. Ended 2016. And the reason why is because the Republicans were very insistent, and Obama finally relented because of whatever the fuck. I think there was a shutdown threat or something like that. But basically, our consumption of oil, domestic consumption, it's increased, but not dramatically. The majority of like oh, hey, we produce this much oil. Most of that going overseas.
Going to Europe. Yeah, I know. I have one more question for you, just because I want to pick your brain on something. Would you nationalize AI?
Maybe. AI is one of those. I mean, I guess it really depends on what you mean by nationalize AI. Would I regulate the ever living fuck out of it? Yes, absolutely. I think that it is way too dangerous for us not to regulate it.
I would like to say that I would agree with regulation. I just wouldn't go with. I wouldn't say nationalize it, because I do think that competition in this area would be good. See, I agree with Nemo on everything that he said, and the reason why everything that he said is very intelligent, and the way that you can gauge whether or not an industry would be good for nationalization is whether or not competition would benefit it.
Would R&D help? Yeah,
right, or just competition in general, right? Healthcare, in terms of like actually taking care of people, competition doesn't help in that regard, right? I mean, yeah, we want to try to develop new medical devices and research and development. We're already pouring shitloads of money into medical research and development. That's never going to stop. We're already pouring just so much fucking money into pharma development. That's never going to stop. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about don't compete over people's lives, right? And then he's talking about utilities. Yeah. There's really no reason for that. People should just be able to have affordable utilities, and people should be able to have affordable housing.
Would you just have like a nationalized healthcare, but then you'll award some contracts to like some, pristine, drug company or pharmaceutical company, or maybe like a CAT scanner company, like depends on that? Or would you just have the government pour a shit ton of money in R&D?
I think you could do it a number of different ways. See, when the government, the government, you can still have private pharmaceutical companies. It's just that the government then has they have the negotiating power, right? And so because they have negotiating power of the US government, they can that's the whole point. Like, that's why other countries get pharmaceuticals so much cheaper than we do, is because they have the negotiating power of the government, where we don't. None of us have that. You know what I mean? Does that make sense, what I'm saying?
This is making a lot of sense to me, where socialism is a dirty word, and I am afraid about lack of R&D and other stuff. But I think that is what the future is turning to. I think that people do want. I think the Republican Party is going to become more nationalized, more I think people are screaming for big government. So I think that this is, what the future is going to be like. So it's interesting to think about. But I do got to go to bed. I'm going to be really tired tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, you mentioned the 60s and 70s, high taxes. Go look up. This is your homework. Type in Eisenhower Republican platform 1954 or 50. I think it's, hold on. I promise this is not going to take long.
56. I think 56.
I think it is 56.
56 is what you might be talking about. Oh yeah, I know. You know what? I know exactly.
Yes.
I know exactly what you're talking. I'm pretty sure it's 56.
Type in Eisenhower or Republican.
Yeah.
Republican platform 1956. That's your homework. Read that. That's how much Republicans have changed.
Yep.
And I would fully agree with reverting back to Republican policy from 1956.
Okay, that's interesting. I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
All right.
Have a good one. In case anybody was curious. Hold on, I want one that has the picture in it, I think.
Real quick one.
It's this one.
While Nemo's pulling this up, I'm sorry I missed this earlier. Phil, thank you so much, Phil. Phil said earlier on the Blue app, New York City saw an increase in housing units by 9% from 2010 to 2023. So that's 307,000 units. Also, aging buildings and increased populations come with more maintenance. Lastly, there's a permit spike in 2015. All can correlate to higher rates. Thank you, Phil. You're 100% correct. Another causation correlation. And Tiffany, thank you on the green thing. It says, oh, this is for Nemo, the goddamn MAGA whisperer. I will forward that along. Thank you very much. Also, you guys can go direct to Nemo. Nemo's links are right in his bio. Just FYI, but I will absolutely forward that along. No problem. You just send that to me.
Did you say it was from Tiffany?
Yes.
She also sent me one. So yeah.
Oh, it must. Oh, it's for me. Oh, it was. She probably just copied that. Okay, got it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, yeah. Fuck that. Not sending him anything. Fuck.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. All right, I got it.
Thank you, Tiffany, for the green thingy. I do try. I know how to speak their language sometimes. Allison, thank you for the blue capitalism. You said, "Happy birthday to me. Time to watch Nemo and Matt kick MAGA ass. Happy birthday."
Happy birthday.
And this is from way earlier. Sorry, Andy, didn't mean to get to this late. You said, "Way to give Mateo a good old fist fuck." Yeah, no, that one was violent. That one was. We were angry on that one. He earned that one. But yeah, that conversation was nice that we just had. That was refreshing.
Actually, it wasn't bad. I kind of anticipated that going another way, and you know what? That really wasn't bad. That was okay. So yeah.
So to the people that are curious, what homework I gave him, 1956 Republican platform. So this is a meme that went around and it went viral, and so there were fact checks on it. So this is the meme. It is real. So this was the platform in 1956. And then the fact check of it I sent right after, and that's PolitiFact. It's legit.
So I'll read this off real quick. It is 1956 Republican platform. So this was Eisenhower's second term. Provide federal assistance to low-income communities. Protect Social Security. Provide asylum for refugees. Extend minimum wage. Improve unemployment benefit system so it covers more people. Strengthen labor laws so workers can easily join a union. And assure equal pay for equal work regardless of sex. And this is the PolitiFact fact check right here. And yeah, this is it. This is all. It's all in there. That's awesome. So basically, yeah, excellent.
That is why I had Eisenhower as my second favorite president for so long. Was that. And it was the mass deportation thing that I didn't know about. When I learned about that, all of a sudden it's like, fuck. Wow, that really tainted the image of Eisenhower for me.
What, you mean you didn't like Operation Racial Slur?
Yeah, exactly.
It was a different time, Nemo. It was a different time.
Yeah.
Just.
Oh, it was something. But yeah, legit, like the amount of things that Eisenhower did that we to this day use. Interstates. You ever seen those signs on the road? There's like the Eisenhower interstate system. Yeah, it's because it was Eisenhower. And the reason why was because we had to transport, or you wanted fast transportation between cities and population centers because something Cold War. DARPA, which is basically whenever you think about super science, government, secret R&D, alien technology that's like 30 years in the future, that's DARPA. DARPA, it's all the really smart people that do all that crazy shit. That's them. That was developed under Eisenhower as a response to Sputnik.
Fun fact about the interstate highway system that people may not know is that they were designed especially between certain strategic locations. They were designed for major military transport if necessary. So they were designed with widths in mind, heights of certain overpasses in mind, and the foundations beneath them for certain military transport in the United States. That was part of the design of the U.S. interstate system. Not all of it, but certain important parts of it. It is specifically designed for that.
And if you're like, well, I've never heard of DARPA, or I don't use shit that DARPA made. Yeah, you do. Once upon a time, DARPA was called ARPA. They didn't have D in front of it. It was just ARPA. ARPA, same thing. And they had to communicate. One of the things that the military wanted was the ability to communicate and send information over long distances using different things, right? And so ARPA developed this little thing that they ended up calling ARPANET, right? It was a network. It was ARPANET, and that ended up becoming DARPANET, and then that ended up becoming the internet. Yes, really.
Mm-hmm. Government-funded research, it's kind of fucking great. It's kind of giving us all the cool shit. By the way, do you like having cell phones with GPS? Cool, wouldn't have that without government-funded research.
Yeah, GPS, global positioning satellite, literally military thing developed by DARPA. Keyhole was a company that basically it was a company front for the government, and it was, I think it was part of the CIA. I think I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah.
But anyway, Keyhole was this company that existed, and what they would do is they would take pictures using satellites. All the super advanced satellite imagery that we have is 100% because of DARPA and all the cool research and development shit that we do with the military. There's this government agency that I'm willing to bet less than 30% of you have heard of this government agency before. It's called the NRO, the National Reconnaissance Office, or whatever the fuck. NRO. That agency is the one that does all the satellite imagery shit for the government, for the military. They are the ones that whenever we get these satellite images of whatever the fuck in Iran or North Korea or whatever, that's them. And more than likely, all those rocket launches that you see with SpaceX, some of them are probably Starlink. The rest of them are for the NRO.
Yep.
Because they're putting up a new satellite.
Yep.
With imaging technology that is 20 to 30 years ahead of anything that civilians have. We were already bragging about how you could read the text on a postage stamp when I was growing up. But Keyhole was the one that like took pictures. It was part of that. And Keyhole was bought by a company that you've probably heard of called Google for their new little thing that they were developing at the time for maps. All the cool little satellite images on Google Maps. Because of Keyhole. Because of DARPA.
Yup. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot. There's so much there. We could talk about so many different things. Talk about like medical advances.
And Google Earth. Yeah.
Oh yeah, and Google Earth. Talk about MRIs. We could talk about like there's so many things you got. I mean, my God, there's so many things.
Cell phones.
Well, yeah.
Cellular networks.
All of it. I mean, it's wild, you guys. I mean, but that's what happens when you fund a shitload of education and fund a shitload of scientific research, and don't let anyone ever tell you that it's not worth it. For every dollar that the United States puts into scientific research, we get $2.80 back. That's our return on research dollars in this country. That's what we get back in our economy. So don't let anyone ever tell you that that's just, we're just throwing money. Oh, we're just throwing money away. Or, for transgender mice or whatever people like. No, we get a great return on it. So it's great for our economy. It's great for us. It improves our lives. Like, there's no reason not to be investing in more research and development. Just none. But
Malbec brought up a good point, which is watch Neil deGrasse Tyson talk about government-funded research.
Yes. Fucking.
Because
yes.
Hot damn, he's way better at speaking than either one of us. And listening to him talk about this is, yeah, you suddenly realize, oh, wow, yeah, that makes sense. Let's do more of that. Why are we not doing more of it right now?
He's got such a fucking wonderful. He's so fucking smooth, his voice. I mean, I could listen to him forever. I really enjoyed the new Cosmos that he did too. For those of you who like, if you liked the original with Carl Sagan, I liked it. And we watched it when I watched it when I was a kid, and I really liked his remake of it. I thought it was really good. If you guys like him and you haven't watched that, it's really good.
I loved it.
It was so good. He
was such a good choice too. Like, how do you top, how do you like follow Carl Sagan?
Carl Sagan.
Like, these are just some of the things that atoms do with enough time. Like, how do you follow that? We are star stuff. Like, it's Carl fucking Sagan, but
billions and billions of years ago, Nemo, that we were formed from the cosmos.
I miss Carl Sagan.
Yeah, me too. He was what a mind. But you know what, Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's pretty fucking cool. He's pretty fucking cool, and that was a great he did a good job. He did it was a really good job. Like strongly recommend. All right. Let's wrap things up. We went really late last night. We're a little bit over tonight, but not too bad. So let's wrap things up for now tonight. But we'll be back tomorrow night, 10 p.m. You guys have been great. At least we did have a few people. Took a little bit to get rolling, but we did have a couple of conversations. That's good. Send any last minute support over to Nemo or to myself if you guys want. Don't forget the links are in the bios. Or you can throw through gifts. Make sure that you're following Nemo on this account and then his main account, his many backup accounts, my main account, my backup account. Follow on the tube. Drop a comment. Drop a like. Watch over there for a little bit. That's great. Nemo, I was looking. I think Amanda's done doing debates. She thinks she changed her background. What do you think?
She might be.
Think so.
Yeah.
I was going to suggest that we actually go to Allison because I think she is actually looking at her background, she's doing debates. I think so. But unless you had a different suggestion, it's up to you.
Yeah, we can do Allison. Yeah.
All right. I will drop her at in the chat right here. It's Allison, just with an X replacing the O. I just popped it. I popped it down there. Guys, let's head over. Tell Allison that Nemo and I sent you over there. We like Allison. Allison's hopefully having some fun with some dumb college guys and making them look silly because she's good at that. Really appreciate you guys hanging out with us tonight, especially over our friends over on the tube. Thank you guys for being over there. We appreciate it very much. And then, all right, tomorrow night, 10 o'clock. Nemo, you got anything else? Anything last minute?
No, that's it. Anybody on the tube? I do have a channel over there. It has zero content. Nemo says TT.
Actually,
on YouTube.
I need to. I'm gonna add that in because I've been using the same format for the description. I'm gonna add your link right now before I forget. I'm gonna add that into the description so that it automatically adds it in. So that's Nemo. Nemo says TT. We're gonna add it in so that next broadcast it'll be linked over there. Okay, so make sure that you start following both. We'll pop it into the description as well. Okay, guys. All right, good shit. Let's go. We'll go hang with Allison for a little bit, and then Nemo and I will see you back tomorrow night, 10 p.m. Eastern. Bring your MAGA friends. I mean, bring MAGA, not friends, but bring MAGA people with you. Okay. All right. Good night, guys. Bye.
Bye.
And YouTubers, you guys are awesome. Thanks for hanging with us. Go grab Nemo's channel. Nemo says TT, and like I said, I'll start adding it into the description over here.